everybody. All right, so this is kind of a special video, breaking the norm from my channel, because it's a reaction video. I don't do a lot of those, first of all. It's a React Andy video, right? But I'm doing a reaction to a semi first time watch through of one of Brian Johnson's latest videos. He just uploaded it yesterday, called watch these 86 minutes to rewire your brain. And the reason I'm doing this is because I was actually, as part of my morning routine, I will sometimes just watch YouTube videos, especially those related to, activist endeavors like this that I'm passionate about, but also just, the usual brain rot stuff, just like vain entertainment as well. But just while I'm usually eating like breakfast and stuff, and earlier I saw this, so I decided to watch it. It was an hour and a half, so I was like, I'll just watch it while I'm eating Super Veggie. For those familiar with Brian Johnson's Blueprint Protocol, you'll know what Super Veggie is. I finished it earlier, but I was watching it, and I got to like about 27 minutes in, exactly where it's paused right now, and decided it'd probably be worth it to actually record my first time reaction to this. My reaction to my first time viewing of this video. So unfortunately, I already saw the first like half hour. I already saw the first 27 minutes, but it's still, this was just like this wasn't that long ago. As I finished my breakfast and decided, okay, I'm gonna finish my morning routine, and everything else, and then I'm gonna come back, sit down, and record this video. So I stopped it here, and then I went to go do that. I went to finish up my morning routine and everything else, and then came back and decided to do this, because I kind of got the feeling as this video was going, especially when it got to this point where we're at right now, the 27-minute mark, I got the feeling that it might be something I want to look back on someday. Like, so this is not really meant to be like a video meant for like my main audience for the channel, I guess, like to be this public, like, oh, look at this, because I mostly do gaming content on my channel. But like it says on my Twitch stream biography, or the about me section, I tend to focus on video games that have a lot of political or social commentary, something that reflects something happening in our time period in real life. Because I've also been always very passionate about, real world issues and stuff like that. So I've always liked it when fictional media and art will relate to those things in a way, and my preferred art medium would be video games, of course. I like appreciating them and playing them. So this isn't too far off the mark for that, but because this doesn't directly have anything to do with gaming, I might make it like an unlisted video, or I might just keep it public. I might make it unlisted, I don't know. Either way, that is just to say that this is mostly meant to be a sort of diary entry or a journal entry kind of thing. This video's purpose is mainly just for me to look back on it personally in the future to see how I reacted to the ideas presented in this video, and what my thought process was back then compared to now, whenever now will be, sometime in the future when I decide to come back and watch this video that I'm recording right now. So it's not really meant to be like part of my regular content. It's just kind of like it's kind of just a personal video for me, really. That being said, I'm explaining that because I'm about to say, if you know me and you've watched my content, I can get very rambly, and I'm not going to hold back on this one because I want this video to be catered mostly towards me and my future self, and I want to be thorough with explaining my thoughts and my reactions, my emotional reactions and everything else to what happens in this video, regardless of whether they're subtle or extreme. I'm not going to hold back. I'm not going to censor myself to the degree where I'm just going to stop myself from rambling. If I have a lot to say, I'm going to say it. I'm going to go off on tangents if I feel like I need to. So this video could be about 2 hours because I'm going to pause to give my thoughts here and there. I think that's the best way to react to this kind of video. So it's obviously going to be longer than the video itself. So if the video is an hour and a half, this is going to be longer than that. But it could even go to the extremes of being like up to 4 hours, depending on how rambly I get, because I'm not going to hold back. I'm not going to censor myself. If this was catered content for my usual audience, I would do that. But because it's mostly just for me, a video I'm making as a personal sort of diary thing, I'm likely going to ramble, so you've been warned. I'm not going to hold back, and I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm likely going to go off on tangents and ramble here and there. It is what it is. That being said, what I'm going to do for the first 27 minutes, because I already saw them off stream, I was about to say, but before I started recording this video, what I'm going to do is just go back and watch from the beginning, and I will pause and give my honest thoughts and opinions that I felt and had at that time. They're still very fresh in my mind. It was literally just an hour or two ago. The thoughts and opinions that I had the first time I watched them. And then when we get back to this part right here, 27 minutes and 52 seconds, I'll go ahead and say, from this point on, I have no idea what happens. Just, it's your choice whether to believe me or not. I mean, whether I said this or not, anybody could easily just say, hey, he probably already watched this entire video and now he's like on his second watch through, he's actually commentating over it or whatever. And it's like, yeah, you could say that about literally any reaction video that isn't done like live on stream. And even those that are, I see streamers get, their audience are like, he pre-watched it. Mostly they're just joking, but there's always going to be people who are like, I don't think this was his first time viewing, Either way, I don't give a shit what you think. What matters is I'm being honest with myself here, my future self watching right now. And up to this point, I've only watched 27 minutes and 52 seconds, and it's not a big deal. But yeah, I've only seen up to this point. I don't know what happens everything after this. But yeah, let's go ahead and recap what I already watched, and I'll get my thoughts on all that. And yeah, let's get going.
This is the most consequential conversation on planet Earth. Nice to meet you. Welcome. I'm glad you made it. How you doing? Nice to see you. Welcome. Hey, I'm Brian. I'm glad you guys said yes. Yeah. Tonight we're going to talk about what Don't Die is. We'll take you through a journey that I'm not going to tell you about, but by the end of the night you'll understand why we do this, and you'll understand the importance of the roles you're going to play in this conversation.
So at the end of the day, there is no point in living if your quality of life is not there.
I can't fathom what it will be like to be living a couple hundred years from now.
Brian will still be here.
Yeah, Brian.
Don't die feels a little negative. Instead, what about let's live feels a little more uplifting.
There is no political drama or economic situation or social or moral, ethical. Nothing is more important than this conversation. Okay, you guys, so the way this conversation is going to work, it's a series of 5 thought experiments. Okay, so I'm going to pose a question to you, and then you guys are going to answer the thought experiments. Only 2 rules here. One is that everybody talks, and then number 2 is that try to keep your comments pretty short, like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. You will hear each other's thoughts, and you'll be able to then modify your own perspectives. Here is the first thought experiment for you. If you had access to an algorithm that could give you the best physical and mental and spiritual health of your life, but in exchange for the access, you did what the algorithm said. You went to bed when it said, you ate what it said, and you exercised in the way that it prescribed. Would you say yes or no to this?
I would say yes. I'll let them answer and then I'll interject what I was thinking during this moment. But yes, I would say yes to this.
And again, there's no correct answer. This is entirely your choice. Would you say yes or no?
I would say yes. I'd go all in. Because I do that. I've been doing that for different things.
I'm not sure who she is, but her name is on the video title, so I'm assuming, Brian's probably... There's probably some crossover audience between Miranda Kerr and him, because he felt the need to put her name there on the title. She's a model and the founder of Core Organics. Never heard of it. But just different circles. That's all it is.
That I've tried with health.
I think yes is good. Just knowing that if you're in a constant experimental phase, that it either works or it doesn't, and then you take the best from that and kind of move on.
Yeah. So yes and yes. So you
2
yes
yeses.
because you think you're already doing. This is like what you're trying to do already.
Yes.
Anthony, it aligns with your idea of the world, that natural self-improvement. So it makes sense.
Yeah, and it's an experimental evolution of it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be worried if it wasn't an experiment, because then it seems like it's dogmatic instead of it's just being placed and I just do it blindly, I think if there is that level of curiosity and experimentation within it, I think I'd be more willing to do it, but to allow data to drive my decisions. Yeah.
So you're convinced based upon Anthony's argument. First, let me clarify. You don't know what the algorithm does. Mm-hmm. So you don't know what's going to happen in your life. And you also don't know a lot of the details of will you have access to the data? All you know is
you have to follow the algorithm.
Yeah, you say this is the best physical, mental, and spiritual health of my life, But outside of that, you don't know any of the details on what actually happens in your life.
Quick question. Are you allowed to try this algorithm and then stop it?
No. It's either in or out.
Oh, okay. Well, then.
You're either in or you're out. I love that. Talmadge brought up a good question. That was Brian's son, Talmadge. I've seen enough of Brian's content to know who he is and everything like this, but yeah, I like how he said that you're either in or you're out. Once you commit, that's it, you're in.
Might change things.
Yeah, so based on that, I would say
So she said that might change her mind a little bit.
no.
Okay, you say no, all right.
He said no.
And the reason why is because I think my passion in life, it's like surfing, mountain biking, skiing, being with friends, community. And if that was the sacrifice, if I couldn't engage in a lot of those things because I had to follow this protocol, I'm willing to sacrifice a little bit of lifespan because there's a certain way that I'm dedicated to living my life. And I want to live it that way while trying to be the healthiest I can be, but not to the sacrifice of not having the life that I desire to have.
Yeah. Okay, so you have a model of the world of how you want to live and the trade-offs you want to make. And this algorithm creates a potential compromise or threatens your ability to do that. It creates unknowns for you.
My freedom.
Yeah, your freedom. Okay, all right.
I would say no, because I don't want to be watched over by machines of loving grace. I kind of believe in the mysticism of my own life and the mathematical mysticism that who I meet at when is who I'm supposed to meet at those times. And I feel like the algorithm wouldn't have that like esoteric knowledge.
So you're worried that the algorithm is not comprehensive enough to include the variables of reality, that you understand the world, and that would create a deficit in your lived experience.
Yeah.
When I first said yes, I was like, okay, well, that's good because I'm going to have an experiment, but then I can opt out when I want to.
Right.
If it's not working for me.
Right. But it's not. We have to opt in forever.
Yeah, they're opting in
What we're signing
forever.
up for, this is a forever thing.
They're opting in forever. It feels so final.
It's too late, ladies. You
But
locked in.
if there's spirit, if I'm going to be I'm going to be the most spiritually happy. Maybe I find out that surfing isn't what brings my heart pure joy, but it leads me into something else that I never knew about.
She's starting to get it already. I said she was a science teacher, right? I didn't catch her name. But I guess at this point, I'll go ahead and interject what I was thinking at this moment. So when I first heard what their remarks, my first thoughts were, they're not quite listening to the wording. Like, this is why I kind of wanted to wait until Talmadge asked that question and then Brian really clarified everything. I feel like they're not really quite listening to the wording. There's a couple things going on. It's not just that. But that's the first thing I thought was, they're not, the wording is saying that it's an absolute guarantee, basically. And I think Brian retouches on this, so I might hold off a little bit more. But it's an absolute guarantee that you will be the happiest and healthiest ever. Forever, basically. And it'll never go away. You'll always be at peak happiness and healthiness. Always. And it's a guarantee. You just don't get to know the details, basically. I think he says that in a second, so I might hold off on what I was about to go off on until... Yeah, because the video is separated in chapters, so I'll wait until, Brian finishes up this segment, basically.
This is why I want to be able to start and stop it.
Yeah. So with that new knowledge, Miranda, you're thinking it's not a clean yes, it's maybe more complicated?
It's a little more complicated because I'd love to be able to have a little fun every now and then.
Leave some room for some spontaneity and just that balance. You touched on it, and Brett as well, is just that kind of balancing the health span and lifespan. Yes, like live kind of a perfect life wherever, but also enjoying that along the way too, is finding that moderation and that balance. So.
Because maybe there's more moments of joy that come from like things that might not be part of the program.
I had this immediate visceral reaction, which was no, and I think it's, I have an issue with authority that has served me well and not well over the course of my life, so just the thought of something telling me what to do, I don't think I could ever opt into that. And I think, when I kind of double-clicked into that, I think there's I think the high highs and the low lows are a part of the human existence, and maybe my algorithm would do that for me already, but there's this sense of just like free will and just choice of I want to make my own bad decisions that I think ties to my happiness,
Exactly. You think ties into your happiness.
it would be hard for me to let go of.
And enjoying that range of, having those lows, like you said, of, let's say that life is on a scale of 1 to 10, and you experience these 1s and 2s. Also, when you experience these 8s and 9s, those 8s and 9s are that much better. And you also feel those 1s and 2s that much more. But if you only live range bound in let's say a 4 to 6, then it might not be as enjoyable or meaningful or purposeful. So
there's also a lot of learning in the mistakes that I've made. And a lot of my growth, personal growth, but also even in the art form that I'm involved in, happen in mistakes. I don't know if I want to live a perfect life. I want to be super healthy though, by the way. I just don't know if I want to live a perfect life.
Yeah.
I'm like a big rule follower, so I love to have like the rules, and then I'm like, okay, but then maybe I'll have a night off tonight. Just a bit like maybe
I've been there.
Knowing who I am, I would really enjoy it and be like, oh, then I'm really super happy doing that, following those rules.
The thing you know from this is you say yes to the algorithm. If you say yeah.
You're not done yet.
You say, you guys, this is the best I have ever felt mentally and spiritually and physically. Never felt better.
And emotionally?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the
Everything.
only thing you know. Outside of that, you don't know. Are you surfing? Are you doing serendipity? You don't know anything about what you will or won't do.
You don't know if you'll be separate.
See, you don't get to know the details of how the algorithm is going to give you these things, health and happiness. The only thing you do know is that you will have, this is just a hypothetical thought experiment, because who knows if an algorithm that can achieve these things is actually realistically achievable or not, right? But if hypothetically there was an algorithm out there that could achieve these things perfectly and flawlessly, give you flawless health and flawless happiness on every level, no matter what, you just don't get to know the details of how it's going to be done, but you know that that is the guarantee, 100% without any scams. There's a reason I said it that way. Again, I'll get more to it later. Then yes, I would say yes.
Separated.
What you will or won't do.
You don't know if you'll be separated from your family.
You don't know.
See, I can't do that.
Yeah.
For that all to happen, I'd have to be separated from my in-laws for sure.
yeah.
Yeah. Find true peace.
There's a formula, the
Contentment, yeah.
distance away from his.
So maybe I would say yes.
With the possibility.
Based upon these observations, what do you each say? Are you a yes or are you a no?
I'm a no.
I'm a no.
Yeah, I would still hold at a no. Yeah. Miranda wants the yes.
I know, I really.
I know.
The silence.
Oppositional. I say yes. Like, yeah, I want to be the happiest person on planet Earth with spiritual enlightenment, with an algorithm that figures it out for me. Sure.
Yes,
Think
please. Like, automate more shit. That's what I say too. Like, come on. The less I have to think about it to get these things done, like this, it's like a check mark. Like daily life eventually just turns into that, a check mark of things that you have to sort of get done for the sake of your health and happiness, no matter what. Anyway, no matter how you live your life. You can simplify it as little as you have to eat. You have to go to the bathroom. You have to sleep at some point. You can stay up, but eventually you're going to have to sleep. Your body will knock your ass out, or you'll just die of exhaustion. There's a certain things you have to checklist for the most basic health, like for being able to survive, So the more we can just automate that and not have to think about, okay, what, like I could never before Blueprint stick to like any kind of diet or lifestyle, because there was always something that was up to interpretation. There was always something that like, okay, well, I'm supposed to fulfill these macros, but then, okay, so how do I do it today? Like, am I not allowed to just eat the same thing as yesterday? Can I not just eat the same day so I don't have to think about it? You know what I mean? Like, these are things that would go through my head whenever I would try to improve my lifestyle and be more fit. And one of the reasons I kept falling off the wagon and would go back to bad habits is because it wasn't just spelled out for me. It wasn't automated with an algorithm, It wasn't, it was always like, okay, what the hell do I do today? And I would always have to spend so much time and brain power thinking, okay, So today I should eat this. Tomorrow I guess I should eat that. So I'm gonna have to go grocery shopping for this and that for this week. And then it's just, it was awful. And it was just eventually I was just like, oh my God, I have like my whole life focus is just revolving around this now, and I have no time for anything else. Because I have to use up so much brain power on planning this part of my life out so much every single day that I just, by the time it's all over, it's already time to go to bed again or something. I don't even have time to like do anything else. So yes, if you can automate it with an algorithm and I don't have to think about it anymore, and it's just like I wake up and my phone's like, yup, it's time to go work out, it's time to eat, here's what you're gonna eat, this is it, it's already ready, boom, 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 you just go through it, check, 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 and then you get back to your day. That's literally what I just meant when I said I finished my morning routine. It was that. It was just simple, go through, I already know what to do, just follow the plan, go, and then done. Once it's done, I can just, I got the rest of the day to myself. So it's just like, yes, automate more things, like she just said.
I also have this confidence that I'll just be able to do it better than
The happiest person on planet Earth with spiritual enlightenment with an algorithm that figures it out for me. Sure.
Yeah.
I think I also have this confidence that I'll just be able to do it better than the algorithm, which I know is against the rules, but I think that ties back to my issue with authority. So I'm sensing my own,
Yeah. So
it's hard to accept that.
Given that conflict, how do you resolve it in your mind to make a yes or no conclusion?
I think I choose myself over the unknown.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I'm still a no.
Yeah.
Even though you're telling me it should be a yes.
The unknown is pretty scary. I can't falter for this. Like, this is why I'm waiting until the end of this little segment here when it reaches that little line right here. Right there, before he starts the next question, to explain my thoughts on all of this.
Or even though that's ultimately what we're all trying to do. So that's, I think, achieve. Like, that is, I think, the crux of so much of human existence. And so, yeah.
Is there no middle ground here?
Anthony, did you say what you're like?
I'm still a yes.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so we have two yeses, and Talmadge, did you say yes or no?
I'd say yes. I like to think of a parallel, like we have Google Maps, and so most of us, if we want to get to a destination, we wouldn't pull out a map and figure it out. We would just put in the coordinates and we would let the map do it. So in a way, our lives are already run by algorithms.
I love using Google Maps.
Yeah, exactly. Like we wouldn't imagine using a physical map.
Even when I know where I'm going, I still put it in.
I sometimes do that too.
Where you're going.
Yes.
Also, there might be an accident that you're unaware of. Like we were coming back from Malibu and there's a big accident after surfing. You're like, oh, I should have probably, even though I knew how to get home, I probably should have typed it into Google Maps.
Algorithms are amazing.
Yeah.
They're amazing. Data's amazing. Yeah.
And so I think that
Automate the boring stuff, or even the difficult stuff in this case, yeah. Dude, I don't know where the hell... I would not have been able to take most of the road trips that I have, or have enjoyed them as much without GPS. God, if I still would have had to use, like, old school maps, like, when I was growing up and we would go on family road trips, I saw my parents doing that shit, and I was just like, how do you know where the fuck you are? Like, they would pull out this big paper map. We still have them. I've seen them. And it's like, you have to just look at road signs as you're driving and then try to estimate approximately where the fuck you are on the map. You know what I'm saying? It's basically like if you look at your GPS without the little icon showing your exact location or approximate location, and you just have to figure that part out on your own. I don't know where the hell I would have... I never would have enjoyed road tripping as much as an adult on my own, because I've gone on a lot of solo road trips because I'm very independent. And I don't know if I would have enjoyed them anywhere near as much like that. So GPS is a lifesaver. Like, that's a very good example Talmadge just gave about how algorithms can simplify our lives and make us make things a lot easier for us. Which can lead to more happiness than if we're on our own.
I know that algorithms are better than me, and so I know I'd rather give, if I'm promised the best physical, mental, and spiritual health of my life, then I would unquestionably say yes, because I know that algorithms can do it better than me.
Especially if the algorithm is based upon all your metrics. Yeah. So if it's like pulling your aura scores, if it's pulling your...
The thing is about algorithms, it's really not a far-fetched idea when you think about the fact that the entire universe is a mathematical equation. Like, literally everything can be measured by science and then quantified by math. Like, they've used mathematics to predict on a macro level the future before. Like, this is roughly going to happen here, this is roughly going to happen there. And even if it doesn't play out almost exactly, that's usually just because they don't have enough information to tell you exactly what's going to happen. But there's, even with the amount of information we are able to acquire and measure with physical phenomena, scientists and mathematicians are actually able to, with a surprising amount of accuracy, make models for how things are going to play out on a bigger scale, you know, like things like global warming and stuff like that. Like, for example, that is the freshest example in my head right now is with regards to like global warming and climate change. The only thing that scientists admitted recently that they got wrong is the speed at which it's occurring. So most of what's happening, the weather changes, the water cycles, and how everything is changing right now, is happening pretty much as predicted, but faster. Because they thought it was advancing at a linear level. Like, you know, x, I think it's x equals y, right? It's just a line. Just a diagonal line across a chart like that. X equals y. So 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. It's just a standard line. They found out, and like the past like 5 to 10 years, there was a report I saw where they realized it's actually an exponential change, which is a lot more frightening when you think about it. Those, again, exponential, x squared, basically. So instead, 1 equals 1, but then 2 equals 4, and then 3 equals 9. It's a curve that does that. Like it starts off like here, and then just takes off. It accelerates, and that's very, very bad. But other than that, yeah, it's pretty much playing out exactly as it was predicted decades ago. Climate change, global warming. It's playing out as predicted, but much faster than originally thought. Which is probably just because of a lack of information at the time, because science has come a long way since then, and back then, you know, obviously, they couldn't measure things the way they can now. But that's it. Like, the fact that that's the only part they got wrong about it, but everything else is playing out almost exactly how they thought it would, the weather patterns and everything else, the climate destabilization, I should say, in general, is playing out almost exactly as predicted. It's just like, it's kind of more proof that the universe is a mathematical equation. So if you know, if that's true, which there's constantly proof that it is, then it's not a far-fetched idea to think you could come up with an algorithm to be able to sort of navigate what's coming, to navigate the future, to be able to navigate your daily life in a very efficient and streamlined way, which is, like Talmud said, we already do that in a lot of different ways, like with GPS as an example. We already automate a lot of things. It's why automation is even possible, because there's certain things that are just very predictable once you've measured data a certain way. Like, once you've measured data properly, I should say, it's easy to predict what's going to happen, and so you can prepare for that, and that's how we automate pretty much everything. It all comes down to science and math, what the universe really is.
Inside metrics.
Numbers.
So if it's like pulling your aura scores, if it's pulling your inside tracker in your blood, and there's no way a human could triangulate all those data points and make their own. It's like, you can, but it would take you years with a lot of experts, whereas the algorithm could do this for you in a second. And I think that's what's interesting.
Yep.
I'm 90% there.
She was a yes at first. Now she's only 90%.
That movie, though, I see us all saying yes, and then we see what happens with algorithms. Yeah.
So 3 yeses. We have 4 no's and 1.
90%.
90%. Can I just?
You want to round up?
Well, what if my family says yes too?
You don't know.
If my family says yes, then I'll say yes.
Yeah.
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 Then we'll all be doing it together. That'll be fun. Okay, that's my choice.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, if
So
they're in.
3 yeses, 4 no's, and 1 depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, so he's going into the next question, so I can finally ramble on about what I was going to. I already rambled about, you know, science and math being able to predict the future and all that. But, and that was, you know, somewhat of a bleak example, but the only other example I could think of that's even more bleak is when you look at politics and economics. When you analyze those trends, I think it was back in like the 1950s or 60s that scientists came up with like the way our society is run right now, with our current economic system and structure. They predicted that by the year 2050, between 2040 2050, society was going to virtually completely collapse. It is 2025. As of this recording, it is January 17th of 2025, and things are looking like they're on track for that so far. You know, no one knows what's really going to happen, But so far, that prediction is very much on course. It's on pace to happen. Very much, unfortunately. Just to hammer that point home. But anyway, going back to this, the question he had given them, which was, would you let an algorithm control your life? So the responses that they all gave, they all started explaining why they would or wouldn't, right? And if you notice, a lot of them, like what stuck with me was, I can't remember which, I think it was these two guys in the foreground, sort of, they said something about they wouldn't want to let go of like their hobbies that make them happy, like surfing and yada yada. You know, if they had to give that up, they wouldn't do it. A lot of people pretty much went down that road immediately, which is very predictable. I mean, and this is kind of what I'm getting at. I'm getting ahead of myself already. What I was getting at is my first thought when I saw this, the first time seeing this a couple hours ago, this segment, I was like, they're assuming the worst. That was the first thing I thought. I was like, they're making assumptions. They're already assuming the worst because they don't know, because it's an unknown, like Brian just said, because they have no idea how the algorithm is going to give them the optimal health and happiness. Since the question was framed that way, he was saying, would you say yes or no? But you don't get to know how it's going to happen. All you get to know for sure, for a fact, this is very important. The only thing you get to know for a fact is that you will have optimal health and happiness. Guaranteed, absolutely. No ifs, ands, or buts. You just don't get to know how. And so, okay, even after he clarified that way, they still went down that road of, well, this, but if that, you know? They were basically arguing why they wouldn't, because they don't believe it. That's basically where I was going to go with this, is that what I was thinking at the moment is they're just assuming the worst for some reason, and there also is like two major things happening. One was something I've heard Brian talk about before when he's talked about the reactions people make when he, you know, has this conversation with them, because Brian has talked about it on social media. He sent out emails where he mentions these don't die dinners, what we're watching right now, where he has these conversations, and he says people's responses are very predictable. It always takes 2 hours, about, you know, almost the length of this video, but that's because it's edited down. He obviously edited out some parts. You can see little jump cuts here and there. That's why it's only an hour and a half. But he says it always takes a 2-hour conversation for people to really get it. And the responses people make to the questions that he makes are very 100% predictable. He literally says they react the same way every single time. And I get why. It's because, one, again, this is something Brian said that I saw him say before. He said, when the brain's authority is questioned or put into question or challenged, it defends itself. That's 100% true. I know this because when I said yes to this question a few hours ago when I first saw this segment, even when I said yes, and even after he clarified that it's guaranteed to give you happiness and health, but you just don't know how, I still felt trepidation and fear in my chest. And I observed that in myself, and I was like, that's curious, that's interesting. Wonder why that is. And I know why. This is the second point I wanted to make. And one of the other reasons why they're reacting the way they are and why they're saying the things they are is because we have a lot of baggage, cultural baggage. We've been conditioned by our current society and the way it operates as of this point in time. The way our current society operates, we've been conditioned severely to always expect the worst from everyone and everything, because that's when you build an economic structure in society around trying to sell someone else something, no matter what, you're just always expecting salesman pitches. It's basically they would react to a car salesman. Basically, they don't believe it. They're either not paying attention to the wording saying that they're guaranteed health and happiness, or they just don't believe it, which is why they interject, oh, but I wouldn't be, you know, like I wouldn't be happy unless I could still do this or that, which could be outside of the algorithm. In that case, I won't be happy. They don't believe it. They don't trust it. They don't trust it because they're so used to dealing with, like I said, the simplest example is a car salesman. Someone who they're so used to dealing with people that just want to sell them something at all costs. So they're going to be, you know, they're dealing with people that are dishonest, people that are just telling you something so you buy into it, but not actually like, oh, I guarantee you this is the best car ever. I swear. And then you get it 2 minutes off the lot, the engine light comes on and it fucking starts shutting down and you're like, that dude fucking scammed me. We're so used to everything being a scam that we can't sort of move past that. And so we look at everything with skepticism, and I think that's what's happening here. Is that's one of the things that's happening. It's the brain's authority coming into question, as well as that cultural conditioning and baggage that we already have, all of us in this room here, of someone always trying to sell you something, so you can't fully trust them. You have to always have skepticism because you never know if someone's just trying to sell you something or if they're actually being honest with you. So even though he worded it that way, they're either not paying attention to the wording of this hypothetical question, that it guarantees you health and happiness, or they are paying attention to the wording, but they don't believe it. They don't trust it. So they just assume the worst. They fill in the blanks, what they don't know about the process, with their own worst possible outcomes. Like, what if the way it tries to give me health and happiness is by taking away the things I already love? Which, by the way, the things that you say you love and everything, they're culturally conditioned into you. Using myself as an example, yeah, I love playing video games, and I love video games with social and political commentary, as I say on my bio for Twitch. In a better world, maybe I wouldn't even give a fuck about them. Like, maybe I'm just playing them and I enjoy them as much as I do because I'm using them as what they're kind of meant to be, which is escapism and trying to cope with reality. Sort of temporarily burying my head in the sand in a fantasy world and a story of something else because I can't always cope with what's happening in real life. Like, this is just my own psychoanalysis of myself and my own assumption of why I would probably feel sort of, if I was in their shoes, basically, why I would feel apprehensive about giving up the things that I love for an algorithm. But I know that in a world that was run by an algorithm that could guarantee all of us, longevity, sustainability, health, and happiness, why would I have anything to worry about? Like, at that point, it's like, perhaps like the science teachers, he said it, maybe something I didn't even know about before will actually give me way more happiness than the things I think make me happy now. And it's kind of like those people who do like ayahuasca or something, and then their whole life changes after that because they have this enormous epiphany where they realize, I'm not actually doing what makes me happy in life. What the fuck am I doing with my life? And they just turn everything around. They're just like, yeah, I'm not going to do what I'm doing. Like, they change careers. They get out of relationships they realize weren't good for them. There's all sorts of things that happen to, not everyone, but to some people who do like ayahuasca, they'll claim things like that will happen. They'll see something they didn't see before and realize that they've been on the wrong path their whole life for their own happiness. So it's one of those things where like you're just kind of assuming the things you value now that you think make you happy now are just always going to be it, and that's it, and that nothing new is going to come along that might actually be better. You don't, again, it's a trust issue. You don't trust that the algorithm is actually going to do what Brian is saying it's going to do. Like, you're not trusting it. That's what it is. That's where these responses are coming from, is that they're assuming the worst. They're interjecting their own assumptions, and then using that to justify a no response, basically, for saying, no, I wouldn't do it because they don't say it this way, but if you really pay attention to what they're saying, they're basically saying, I won't do it this way because I think it's going to the algorithm is going to end up taking away something from me that I like, or that I love, or that I enjoy right now, And it's like, it says it guarantees health and happiness. Like, I know it's a hypothetical, but if you lean into that, there's really nothing to be afraid of. If it's guaranteeing to give you optimal health and happiness, no matter what, no matter how it goes about it, but it's absolutely guaranteed, and it's not a scam. If it's not a scam and it actually works and it gives you optimal health and happiness, I think that's worth any sacrifice, because it wouldn't even feel like a sacrifice. If you're happier doing that than you were with whatever you were doing before, why would you not just drop what you were doing before in a heartbeat and just do it? Like, it's just cultural baggage. You're used to being sold the idea that you'll be happy if you do this or that. It's like some people in my life that I know who are like, they claim to derive their happiness from having fast and expensive cars shown off on their driveway and like flexing them to their neighbors. Vanity, basically. And it's just like, well, if you look at what science says about human happiness, it comes from having a sense of community and connection with other people, relating to others, and having a positive relationships with others. And and stuff like that. And that doesn't really do that. You're just creating feelings of envy and animosity towards yourself from your neighbors, probably, who are like, the hell does that guy do for money? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just my way of saying that what people think makes them happy is just an idea that was pretty much planted there through commercials and advertising and our culture in general. Basically, you don't actually know if that's actually giving you optimal happiness, but you assume that it is, and you don't trust what he's saying right now about the algorithm, so you just want to cling on to that, you know? It's just one of those things. They're assuming the worst, and so that's why they'll keep saying no, because they're making assumptions. And that was my first thought when I first saw this a while ago. I was like, they're assuming the worst. They're making assumptions, because he didn't say, oh, the algorithm's going to take this away from you or that away from you. He just said the algorithm will give you this 100% health and happiness. It's not going to tell you how, or you don't get to find out how before you say yes or no. And then once you say yes, you can't back out or whatever. And that goes back to why I even still feel trepidation and fear, even though I say yes. Obviously, some part of my brain is like, well, hold on, dude. What if this or that? Exactly like them. You know, it starts to immediately look for something to cling on to want to say no. And so it produces that fear response right here from me just saying yes. But I'm just like, dude, I had to literally talk to myself. I was like, dude, it's guaranteeing health and happiness. Okay, this is just a hypothetical example of an algorithm that was hypothetically discovered to give you optimal health and happiness, and is absolutely guaranteed to work. Why would you not say yes? Like, who cares what you have to give up? You're gonna be happier than if you stay with the shit you have now. Just do it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's like I said, like, I don't know if an algorithm realistically, like in real life, will actually be found that can do this. We seem to be getting close, but who knows? No one knows what the future really holds, right? But if hypothetically it was discovered and it was proven to be factually, yes, it will give you 100% happiness and health, I don't see the reason why saying no is rational at all. I would say yes in a heartbeat. It is absolutely guaranteed and proven to do that. There's no reason to say no in my eyes. And the brain will just try to defend its own authority and be like, no, I don't want to give up my decision-making authority to an algorithm and all that, just because it's our whole life we've been sort of cultured and conditioned into this hyper-individualistic culture where we're like, I have freedom and free will. I get to do what I want to do because I said so, even though we're being constantly programmed. Our decisions are constantly being influenced by everything around us, including commercial advertising. That's why it works. That's why it's such a huge industry. Brainwash. You're not immune to brainwashing like you might think. Advertising works, otherwise they wouldn't exist. You don't actually have the free will you think you do. And I guess the last thing I wanted to say is that, but this is something I'll touch on a bit more later after the end of the second question. The reason it was also a little bit easier for me to sort of to say yes to this question is because it's not that completely original. This whole concept is not that original or new, basically, I guess you should say. It's not much of a new concept to me as it might be to a lot of other people, which has a lot to do with the t-shirt I'm actually wearing right now. But again, I'll get more into that a bit later. This concept is not as new to me as it might be for others. And part of that is because of what I said. It has to do with the t-shirt that I'm wearing. I'll explain it later, as well as the fact that I did already listen to the audiobook of Brian's called Don't Die. He recently changed it. That's the other thing I was going to look at. He recently changed it to, let me pull it up on another, let me pull up a tab right here. So before I started recording, I was like, there was one more tab I wanted to open because this was something I wanted to talk about briefly. Let's see. Search his channel. He recently renamed it. Yeah, here it is. You might hear... The video hasn't changed, but the thumbnail and the title of the video has changed. So let me get out of full screen for a second. And then pull it over here. Oop, there it is. Let's see if it's showing. Yeah. So Don't Die by Zero. His little alias or alternate name, I guess. He renamed it to Dialogues recently. I don't know when this change happened, but I left a comment on the video after it did. I feel like it won't have the same impact, but you know, that's kind of an aside. He changed it to Dialogues, but the video still shows the book. You know, its original title was Don't Die. But the thumbnail now says Dialogues. It's on his channel, Brian Johnson. But because I read that already, I already kind of had my sort of epiphany moment, I think. I think I only say that because I haven't watched this whole video all the way through. But I sort of already had my moment of, oh, I get what this is really about. What Don't Die really means. Like, I get it, you know? And I think outside of reading or listening to that book and paying enough attention to it, the only other way you can get it is probably through one of these dinners, which is why Brian continues to host these dinners at his house for people. And he kept saying he wanted to show this to his audience on YouTube. No, to his audience in general. He kept saying he wanted to show this, so I'm glad he finally uploaded this video. He's been talking about it for a long time. But anyway, I digress. What I was saying is the fact that for something I'll talk about a little bit later after the second question, because at the part where I stopped the video and decided to make this recording, I realized that's where it makes the most sense contextually to talk about the other thing regarding these t-shirts that I'm wearing. Well, the one I'm wearing and the one back there. It makes a little bit more sense after the second question. But because of that and the fact that I read and / listened to that book already, I think that's why it wasn't that difficult for me to say yes to that question as well. Like, it's not because I'm trying to posture myself as like, oh, dude, these people are beneath me. Like, I'm so smart, I already know yes is the right answer, bro. Who knows what the future holds? We might all be idiots. People, like Brian likes to say, and he's about to say this for the next question, people in the 25th century might look back at us and say, yeah, they nailed it, or they might be like, they were way fucking off. They're fucking idiots. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, we do the same thing all the time with our own ancestors. We look back at what was happening historically like 500 years ago or less, and we're like, wow, those people were fucking idiots, or how could they not see this, or how could they not see that? Because hindsight is 20/20, okay? So yeah, who knows, right? We could all be fucking wrong. Brian could be wrong. Don't Die could be dead in the water in just a few years when we realize, no, that's actually not the answer for humanity's future. Who knows? No one knows. So it's just, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, it's anyone's best guess, which is, spoiler alert, that's how we all operate. Everything anybody does is literally just our best guess. This is just like what we think is the correct answer, anything we do on any given day, but we don't actually know. We never actually know. That's what I was saying earlier. It's semi-related to what I was saying about how having an algorithm take care of that for you. Once you know, the optimal path is found, having an algorithm just tell you the answer is much nicer, you know? But again, people will just respond like this, and they'll be like, oh, but my free will. You mean your culturally influenced thoughts? If that's what you want to call free will. Like, no matter what, you're always being influenced by something else. We're all products of our environment. It's something that's very hard for a lot of people to accept, that we don't actually have free will. Everything, all the words I'm saying right now were learned. I didn't invent the English language. I learned it. I wouldn't be able to speak like this if I wasn't using words somebody else taught me. I mean, that may seem like a very simplistic example, but everything is like this. Ideas, no one's original. No one invents anything new. Again, more on this a little bit later. We're just building on things that came before. When we invent new technology and stuff like that, we're just building on something that came before. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself though, because that's something I'm going to go off on a little bit later after this next question. But yeah, let's keep going.
Thought experiment number 2 is, imagine that whatever form of intelligence that exists in the 25th century just watched a video of this conversation. Okay, that's a few hundred years into the future, and they're listening to your opinions, and they're assessing your characteristics of intelligence and your morals and your ethics and your values, how you understand the world, how you frame reality. What observations do they make? What do they say about you and your responses?
So that long pause of silence, right before she said that, my first thought as he was finishing up the question, you know, going through it slowly, I just like really thought about it there, and my first thought was, I don't know. like I just said right now. Because who knows what the future holds? Who knows how different our culture is going to be in 500 years? Who knows if we're even still going to look like this? You know, who knows? Who knows? The future is gonna, if we survive it, if we don't go extinct and we do have a future 500 years from now, I think Brian's absolutely right that life is going to be so different that there's no way we can comprehend it. Just like people 500 years from now ago could not comprehend how we live now today. They would not know what the hell this is if you showed it to them. Like, what is this rectangular object? They don't know that's a phone and that can access the internet and email. They don't know what any of that is. The internet, emails, what the fuck, like things they couldn't even imagine 500 years ago. We're in the same situation 100%. 500 years from now, who the fuck knows? So because that is something that it's like pretty obvious, I'm just like, I don't know. That was my honest first response to this when I first saw it a little while ago, was just, I don't know. I have no idea what people 500 years from now would think about me if they watch this version of the video, like my reaction or whatever. If they watch Brian's video, whatever, like what they would think about everyone here at this table, about our opinions. I don't know. I have no idea what they would think. No idea.
Family-orientated lady.
What observations do they make?
I cut her off, so.
What do they say about you and your responses?
She's a family-orientated lady. Who loves health. That's what I get.
And it's a technology. It's not like a conscious being that's observing.
Yeah, so just make your best guess. Like if we say, if we just imagine that society is progressing right now at a pretty fast pace of change, at a pace of change that is mostly unfathomable to our current minds. It's like looking back at the 1600s to now and how much change has happened then, even though it's a lot. It's probably on the order of like substantially more. And so it's beyond our ability to comprehend who they are, what they're like. But just imagine they have some kind of distant vantage point where just like where we would observe a caveman and we would make observations about their way of being and how they, when they didn't have modern technology or even language. So what do you think they would just say, Jen? Like, what are the observations they'd say? Like, what are we as a species right now in this moment?
I think it's pretty scary if you think about the rate of advancement in the 25th century and how, like, for example, where AI will be.
Yeah.
I think it would look back and it would really think it'd be really cute, like how naive we are right now, because everything will be so optimized that the fact that we're even predicting the uncertainty, I think it would be interesting in a world a couple hundred years from now and how much more advanced it would be.
Yeah.
That's my immediate reaction as well, is I can't fathom what it will be like to be living a couple hundred years from now. I just think, and then my second reaction was,
Brian will still be here. Though.
Yeah, Brian. But I think, I think we'll look back on this conversation with like some parallel to looking back on like a pre-internet time, or like it's not possible to fathom what we as a species, an augmented species, are capable of. But I think that's, I don't know, I reflected that maybe that's a limitation of my own mind to not be able to fully accept that right now. But yeah, hard to comprehend is where my head went.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have to agree with you in terms of the limiting factor. Like, I feel like us as a species in general, we limit ourselves in what we think is possible and then say it can't be, but we are our own limiting factors, And I feel like we're gonna look back and be like, how did we think that that we couldn't achieve this? It's because we said we couldn't, And yeah, I think they're gonna giggle at how limiting we are, that we didn't trust an algorithm to give us our ability to do whatever we need to do, like Google Maps. Why didn't they realize they could do it with their own bodies, right? But no, we said we want our autonomy and our freedom, but we can have freedom and autonomy within that too.
Yeah, they might be envious of us, just because everything is, they might be like, wow, they live such a simple life. And we live in such a fascinating time of like, we're pioneering an inventive time right now that we are discovering so many new things at once that in 400 years, everything might be so precise and efficient that there's kind of not much room left to discover new things. And so I feel like we do live in a very incredible time right now that we're always kind of playing with different things. Like you said, like, how can we live forever? Like the fact that that's not even a thing yet in 400 years, everyone's like, yeah, of course, like we all live forever. That's not a big deal. But, you know, it's interesting for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, just, you know, makes me think of something I'm working on right now. Is more like simplifying more than I think there's just so much data coming at us. And I'm kind of a weird human being supposed to be inputting this much and just kind of, and make maybe if just, sometimes I think in a day, it's just 3 good decisions in a day can really help drive a lot of interesting things instead of trying to do 500 things. So I sometimes feel it's like, gosh, there's going to be such evolvement coming up. But at the same point, I know I'm really working on also trying to really simplify and kind of like slow it down and not look at too much, maybe very specific, but, you know, my interests, but not getting too clouded with too much data.
I find it
was a little hard for me to interpret a lot of what he said as I was looking at the captions thing.
almost impossible to make any predictions. It seems like humans are historically bad at making predictions. We're typically blinded by our modern day cultural and social norms. So
what was I just saying earlier? We give ourselves this mantle of so-called free will, but we don't realize how much, Talmadge knows, how much cultural bias we have. I guess that's the word I was missing, or the phrase that I was missing earlier. How much cultural bias we have actually determining the decisions we make on a daily basis without even realizing it. We're not actually the originator of our own ideas, including how we live our daily lives. We're actually just doing what most people expect of us or tell us to do most of the time.
trying to extrapolate even a couple decades from now seems very difficult. So 500 years seems like something that no one is intelligent enough to say.
Okay, so that concludes thought experiment number 2. And so if we retrace our steps and where we've been, the first
hold on.
question is meant to be provocative, and it's meant to create uncertainty. So you're given a binary choice. Do you say yes or do you say no? And you have highly imperfect information. Right? You don't know. And so it creates a space of unknowing. Right? So you immediately imagine, can I still feel happy or sad or depressed? Can I still make my art? Can I still surf? Can I still do the highs and lows? Do I still have the autonomy to do this and that? And if you notice in most of your thought patterns, in that unknowing space, you filled the gap with assumptions.
And that was the moment I was like, yes, I nailed it. My first time through, I'm not gonna lie, that was my reaction right there, dude. I was just like, as soon as he said you filled in the gaps with assumptions, I was like, I fucking knew it. That's exactly what I said way back here when I heard their responses, and I was just listening and watching. I was like, they're literally just inserting their own assumptions and they're assuming the worst. So my first time seeing this bit right here, I was like, I fucking got it right. I was like, I knew that's what was going on. Like, I knew that's where he was going with this. Like, the reason he asked that question in the way that he did was definitely because he wanted to see what kind of bias, cultural or not, that people would sort of interject to just assume the worst to justify a no answer, basically.
So the information was not present in the question, right? But you filled it in to say, I wouldn't because of the following reasons. And what you also did is you went into your mind, and so you had to deal with this complicated question. You went to your mind, you're like, hey mind, how do I understand reality? Some of you said, well, autonomy. Like, autonomy is my model of reality. Like, that's how I understand my existence. And if I don't have autonomy, I'm not quite sure why I exist. But autonomy is just simply a social, cultural construct. Right? There's many different ways to understand reality. Some of you went to
the illusion of free will, yeah.
I want to have an optimized life, or I want to create art. But the point is, you, as a human, you've developed and understanding models of reality, and you just chose one. You could have chosen many, but you just chose one and said, here's my model of reality, and here's how I'm going to solve this complicated question. And you gave.
And those models of reality were planted there by all of our life experiences. Cultural or otherwise, it's something you learned along the way. You learned about all these different models of reality that is explaining, and then you decided that's the one for me, basically.
Give your rationale for it. One, and said, here's my model of reality, and here's how I'm going to solve this complicated question. And you gave your rationale for it. Question number 2 sits in stark contrast to that because it reminds us that we look back at previous generations and we're oftentimes pretty harsh in our judgment. We think they're pretty primitive with their decision making. We think that they're pretty antiquated. We can't understand why they didn't understand certain things. And if you go back further in time, it gets even more and more, right? And so by going to the 20th century, it's such a big jump in time that it almost makes us look like cavemen, right? If you look at just make a reasonable estimation of how things will progress, we're so far away from that that they would look at us, all of our practices, and probably just say like, oh, that's kind of cute. Homo sapiens are doing that. Now, it could be different, but it gives enough of a contrast where we become more humble in our opinions of ourselves, and we say like, maybe I'm not as confident as I was in my opinion. So the first 2 thought experiments are meant to contrast our knowing and our not knowing. And how we as humans, our superpower is in knowing. We learn things and we make decisive actions. But sometimes that knowing can walk us into a situation where not knowing is actually the more correct answer, but we're blinded to not knowing.
Just because it makes us uncomfortable. And again, because of our culture and everything else, we always just assume the worst because we're used to living in a society where if you don't know, you're likely, like especially if it's an idea that's being pitched to you and it leaves you with a lot of unknowing, like he's saying, or feelings of uncertainty, you automatically assume the worst because you're like, maybe they're just trying to brainwash me or sell me something basically. Because that's what we're used to. That's what our society is everybody trying to sell somebody else some shit. That's it. It's everyone literally just trying to sell someone else something for the sake of profit and nothing else. So we're just constantly skeptical of literally everything and everyone. So we have that sort of distrust. It's like, even though in the question it was stated, you're guaranteed happiness and health, 100%, you don't trust it. So you're just like, nah, but what if this? What if that? What if this gets taken away from me? You just immediately start, trying to take it apart like that because you don't trust that it's actually going to live up to the guarantee that it's giving you. They're just like, no.
Okay, that's number 2. That's first phase. All right.
This is car salesman shit.
Next phase. So when I zoom out on planet Earth and I try to quiet everything going on, all the daily rustle and bustle of drama and politics and like family and personal stuff, zoom out on planet Earth and say, like, what is really happening on this planet in this part of the galaxy? I think there's really only one thing happening, and it's we're giving birth to superintelligence. Nothing is going to be more consequential than the development of this new form of intelligence that will eventually, possibly exceed us in all things. Now, in this situation, it is a complicated matter because when you give birth to superintelligence, of course, every human and every group of humans wants to use it for their objectives. Some people want to use it for war. Some people want to use it for gaining social media followers. Some people want to use it for making money. Some want to use it for ideological movements. But everybody has different objectives on what they want to do. And it creates some degree of risk. There's concern that AI may go off the rails and be bad. There's concern that certain countries would get it and do bad things. There's concerns people may even get it and then get access to more dangerous weapons. Like there's all kinds of concerns, like what happens when you have this really new powerful thing in the world. And right now we're trying to sort out like how do countries behave with each other? Do we regulate it at a state level? Do you open source it? Do you build closed source? Do you limit users' abilities? Like we have all these questions emerging. What do you do as a species when you're giving birth to superintelligence? So let me pose this question to you. Imagine we are together as a group, we are mapping out a practical plan on what we do as a species. Okay, as you give birth to superintelligence. Now, this is not ought statements, like we ought to. Our statements need to be, we're going to do. Right? So that means we're going to call our friends, we're going to call friends of friends, we're going to put together a plan. What do we do to make sure that, or I guess to increase our probability that we survive this moment and thrive?
Like what do we do as a group? I just want to make sure, or as a planet. Are you talking
yeah.
like big picture? Are you talking about us in this room?
Yeah, as a species. Like,
As a species.
Yeah, so we're going to formulate a plan of what we go out in the world and do together. So it's
There's been no plans made yet, just to be clear. Like, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so we currently...
There's no plan.
Yeah, like it's kind of this emergent thing in the world where it's happening real time and it's happening under the umbrella of democracy in the US. It's happening in a different way in China. It's happening a different way in Israel. Right? There's open source models and there's closed source models. There's like, so it's just like an emergent system that people are just doing throughout the world through the various economic, political, social, moral, ethical systems of our time and place. So what do we do?
What do we do? What do we do with all these emergent AI technologies? I think you have to set like a rule book, a playbook of what AI is allowed to do, and if it doesn't adhere to that, it has to be thwarted.
Meaning making sure it's not destructive.
Violent, yeah. So if it becomes violent, like, I mean, everyone talks about it, but if the basic answer is AI is like, how do you become the richest man in the world? You kill everybody else. Then it's like, you have to have a playbook of saying AI can't cause humans death or harm, right? And I think also it can't be weaponized in any way by any individual or country to dominate resources or come up with technologies that can then also enslave other people or dominate other people. So I think there has to be a rule book and there has to be an actual way to turn off this super intelligence. It could be an EMP pulse around the whole planet, whatever it is, but there has to be like a backup, I think. But other than that, it's going to happen no matter what. So there is no stopping it. So it's just about creating not just etiquette, but awareness, and then a playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about our value systems. Like, he's hinting at this basically, and even if he doesn't realize it himself, it's basically aligning our values to something conducive towards life would be the best way to go about it. This is what I would say basically to this question. And this is why I was waiting for this to talk about this right here, and why this whole concept really isn't that new and original, to me anyway. And to people who have been exposed to the ideas that I've seen earlier in life, really not that new and original. Where I think Brian is basically going to go with this, the reason he asked this question, I don't know, because even at the 27-minute mark where I was before I decided to start recording, we're not at the end of this segment, obviously. We're still pretty far from it, so I don't know where he's going with this. We're getting pretty close to the point where I have no idea what's going to happen anymore in the video. But my first thought here, after hearing that guy's answer and, pondering Brian's question, is it's a value system disorder, like what we have now. He mentioned, some people are using it for war, or some people want to use AI for war. Some people want to use it to get rich, social media followers, whatever. Everybody has a different goal for it, and that's the point. That's the problem, is we all have a different goal. And we're all going to come into conflict with each other with that, basically. Where I think he's going with this, just based on all the things he's said up to this point, like, in not just in this video, but I just mean everything he's said on social media and his previous videos when he's talked about AI, super intelligence, and the don't die concept that he's promoting. Where I think he's going with this is pretty much that we have to realign our values and our goals as a society, as a species, globally, all of us, to basically the concept of don't die. Because if we do that, then AI will just sort of, will be built with that value system as the main goal. That goal will be what AI is built around, helping us not die, not go extinct as a species, as a planet, etc. As individuals, as a species, as a planet, not to go extinct. That's the goal. And AI will be built around that, and it'll help us achieve that. If not, if we continue with the path that we're on now, with this hyper-individualistic society where everybody has a different goal, everybody's pretty much encouraged to try to dominate everybody else, this constant competition and being at war with each other, it's basically the planet is at war with itself, if you think about it, with the way we behave. It's just, we're doomed. We're just going to kill ourselves that much faster with something as powerful as superintelligence in our hands. It's just going to help us destroy ourselves even faster than we already are, through warfare and climate change and everything else. So we need to change our cultural and value, our cultural values and our goals for our society and our species as a whole to this one goal of wanting to not die together. Sustainability, longevity, wanting to live, basically staying alive, not going extinct, not dying. If we want any hope of surviving the future with AI, with superintelligence, and not having it intentionally or unintentionally by accident kill us all, the best way to optimize our probability of success for that is to align our values with this one shared goal, which Brian discovered is don't die, because it's something we already do in our daily lives and have been doing generation after generation. Every little thing you do in your daily life is already trying not to die. Like, you eat because you don't want to die. You go to sleep because you don't want to die. Even if you're an insomniac, eventually you fall asleep and you're trying to fall asleep. Most insomniacs will complain that they can't sleep. They want to sleep because they know it's good for them. They know they need it. They need the energy the next day, right? But like, there's so many examples of how, like, he likes to give the example of we look both ways before we cross the street. Not all of us do that, obviously, but that's because some of us are just cocky and think that, oh, nothing's gonna happen to me. Like, or we're lost in thought, right? We make mistakes, and then what happens? We end up dying or just get hurt really bad, and then our life is changed forever. Bad things happen, but I digress. What I'm saying is our daily habits reflect the fact that pretty much all of us, not just humans, but every living creature on this planet, does everything that it can to not die. Nothing wants to die. When I say nothing, it's because I'm saying not humans, not animals, even plants. Everything wants to live. No one wants to die. And so that's kind of what Brian's banking on with this idea, with this concept, the don't die concept, is that no one wants to die, essentially. And so that shared goal we all have that we don't realize we all, it's like the one common thread we all have, no matter what our cultural differences are, no matter how far apart we are on the planet, doesn't matter how you were raised here or there in that society or that culture or this culture, everyone has that one shared common goal, which is to not die. So if we just all rally behind that one goal, then the rest of society will just sort of everything will sort of just fall into place, is I think his idea. Again, that's my assumption of where this is going, where this video is going, just based on things that Brian has said before. However, at this point, I should interject why I think that, as well as why it was easy for me to understand where he was going with the first two questions. Mostly with the first one, where he mentioned that when you were confronted with an unknown, you guys just inserted your own assumptions. You just made assumptions and inserted them, and usually the worst ones, to justify saying no, basically, is what he was getting at. He didn't say it in those words, but that's pretty much what he was getting at, that you just assumed the worst, essentially, just because you didn't have a lot of information about how it was going to work. It's just because I just told you the algorithm was going to do this, but I didn't tell you how. And so you just assume the worst. Oh, it's going to take away my surfing. It's going to take away my video games. It's going to take away this. So no, I don't want that. Even though it's guaranteed to make me happier than anything else that I do now. It's like, it's just the lack of information, the unknowing. It's scary. I get that. That's why even though I said yes, I still felt some level of fear and apprehension in my test. Like, am I really making the right choice? It's human to doubt yourself. Yeah, it's totally normal. Our highly polarized society, especially on the internet, makes you think, you're supposed to hold fast to your convictions all the time, never question and doubt yourself, which is probably one of the reasons why people believe in the person coming into office soon in a few days. But because there's like, oh, there's a man of conviction, even though he's a complete fucking idiot. But anyway, no, it's like you should question your own beliefs. You should question yourself. You should never just assume you have all the answers. There's always an enormous possibility that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Again, it's something that Brian himself has said in previous videos and other posts he's made, that he's like, I think none of us know what the hell we're talking about, and people 500 years from now are going to look back at us and say that exact thing. They're going to look back at this video, these videos right here, and they're going to be like, those guys had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. Just like we do to people 500 years ago from our current time. We do that shit all the time. We're pretty harsh, and we're just like, those guys had no idea. Like germ theory. The poor doctor who first came up with the idea that there might be these microscopic organisms that are killing us or giving us disease. He got thrown into a mental asylum, and where he was forced to spend the rest of his days. And then, you know, like decades or a century later, they finally invented microscopes and found out he was right. It's like, damn. He was vindicated well after he died. And now it's like, well, shit, he just undeservedly spent half of his life inside of an asylum because we thought he was an idiot and he was actually right. It's pretty bad. So yeah. What was that quote from FF7 Rebirth? It kind of reminded me of this. It was, always challenge your own. The important thing is to always challenge your own beliefs. If you don't do that, if you fail to do that, then the answers will always elude you. Some NPC said that to Tifa in a scene where she was talking about her live stream experience, her experience falling into the live stream inside the planet or whatever in FF7 Rebirth, and I always remember that because this is kind of one of those moments, basically. So yeah, it's totally normal to doubt yourself, and you probably should. You should always check in and be like, is this actually right? You know, check in with your gut, see what your intuition is telling you, and when it's available, look at the science, look at the math, look at the data for certain things, and see if it's actually, you know, correct or not from a more objective standpoint, as objective as we can be with our current levels of understanding of math and science. But anyway, before I go down that path, what I was going to say is that everything Brian's talking about here, from what we've seen up to this point in the video, I know I stopped at the 27-minute mark, but it's just more, I mean, from here to there, we're at 24 minutes right now, or almost 25. It's just more people giving their own little opinions about how we should, you know, set the parameters for artificial intelligence and yada yada to make it conducive towards, you know, not all killing each other or ourselves, right? And so, yeah, I'll let that play out. But I was going to say the reason none of this is really, or it was easier for me to understand than I think it was for a lot of other people who may not have had the same experiences that I did, is because when back in 2008, it was in like late 2008, early 2009, there was this grassroots activist movement that came into being called the Zeitgeist movement, and that's the t-shirt I'm wearing right here. That's what it says. And it's called that because Zeitgeist refers to, and in the context of this t-shirt, refers to the spirit of the times, our culture, our overarching culture that we have right now. In this case, it's globally. You see the whole planet there. It means globally. But it's just like how our society and how our culture is at the moment. And it's called the Zeitgeist movement because its goal was to move the cultural zeitgeist, the way we perceive normality, like our perceptions of what's normal and what isn't, to move that and shift it, a value shift, basically, towards something better than what we have now. Because right now we focus on, and Brian will say a lot of the same things, which is why I was saying this isn't really that original or new, like most people might think. Right now what we value is, that look like whatever. Right now what we value is money, status, and power, and all kinds of other, like, branching off of that, all sort of debaucherous things like, you know, self-destructive behaviors like junk food and drinking and drugs. There's all sorts of vices we have in our lives that we value highly, and you see it because people will be like, we're alive, this is how you live, man. And you start chugging, like, chug the beer keg, you know, like all sorts of self-destructive behaviors that we use to, for some reason, symbolize YOLO, basically, is what it is, you know. So there's that, and then there's, you know, our capitalist society and everything. The way it is, it's not sustainable. This activist organization came out and said, this isn't sustainable. We need to change. Otherwise, we're not going to last. We're going to go extinct. And so far as time has gone on since then, it has been, again, more and more evidence showing that, yeah, that is correct. If we continue down this path, we're going to go extinct. We're going to die as a species. We won't live. We won't survive if we continue with these values that we have now. Same thing Brian's been saying. It's literally the same thing, that our normality, what normality is right now, is actually just a bunch of self-destructive behaviors that we justify in very weird ways that we shouldn't be doing that with. And that we should be valuing life more, you know? So, yeah, this organization, as well as this other one here, Let's see if I can pull it up on the camera. Yeah, there it is. It's called The Venus Project, and it says, Beyond Politics, Poverty, and War, right there. These two organizations work together to try and spread awareness of this fact, the fact that we were on a collision course with nature and ourselves, and that if we continue on this path, we're going to eventually end up going extinct by our own hand, essentially. That's basically what we were saying. And so it's a sustainability advocacy movement is what it is. The Zeitgeist movement, the Venus Project, they're pretty much the same. They're advocating for the same thing, which is sustainability. And to me, when I became exposed to Brian's ideas, Don't Die and all that, I saw it as pretty much being a repackaged version of the same thing. Like, to me, sustainability and longevity are equal. Like, that's literally what you're saying. You want to live longer, you want to be more sustainable is what you're saying. Sustainability. Just think about the word. You're sustaining yourself for as long as possible. You're creating a society that can sustain life for as long as possible, essentially. I think the only major difference between this organization and the idea it promoted and everything, like, I think the only major difference, or the only real difference, is the approach. So the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project focused on, and they're still around, they focus on basically reorienting. Again, the reason I'm struggling is because they're so, like, it's pretty much the same thing. Like, the more I think about it, I'm like, it's really not that different from Don't Die. It's just literally just restructuring our society around a different idea rather than money, status, and power, especially at a hyper individualistic level. It's just about promoting sustainability, aka also known as longevity, being able to live as long as possible, basically, as a species, and using our technology. Again, this is the Zeitgeist movement, the Venus Project that I'm talking about here, not Don't Die, okay? So if they sound alike, it's just proving my point. It's optimizing the use of our technology for sustainability and human health and happiness, essentially. Does that sound very familiar? It's like AI or not, using whatever our latest technology allows us to do to make sure our resources don't dry up, and that our climate doesn't become so destabilized that it becomes uninhabitable. You know, that our planet doesn't become uninhabitable for us humans, basically. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all the same things. Like, it's just promoting sustainability. It's making sure the planet doesn't die so that we don't die, and making it as sustainable and conducive to health and happiness as possible. That's the goal, is using our science and our latest scientific and technological understandings to create a sustainable society with the goal of optimizing human health and happiness. And from everything that I've seen of Brian's work, Don't Die is literally the same idea. Like, if you pledge, I'll pull it up on my phone because I still have it. I have an email, because he has an app called Don't Die, but he also made a website dedicated to pledging yourself as a citizen of Don't Die. Like, I just thought that was kind of funny. It's obviously meant to be a symbolic thing. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, here. And when you do that, you get a passport to become a Don't Die citizen. I would show it, but it has personal information, so I'm just going to read it to you. It says, hello, and it says, thank you for pledging to care for the health of yourself, others, the planet, and AI. Your Don't Die passport is ready, and your citizenship number is yada yada. And you get a little, a little image for your passport photo that you can sort of semi-make yourself within certain parameters. And that's what it is. Yeah, it's like, it says right there, caring for the health of yourself, others, the planet, and artificial intelligence. That is how you become a Don't Die citizen, is taking that pledge right there. It's not just about, like, some people might see Blueprint and Don't Die as literally just, another health and wellness fad. But when you look at a video like this and you see the other things that Brian has said about the topic, you realize that's literally just the starting point. The big picture here that Brian's trying to get people to focus on is that we need to take care of everything. You can't live without the environment around you being conducive towards keeping you alive. Like if the resources dry up, that is food, water, the things that you need to stay alive, if that disappears, you're dead. So you obviously need to take care of your environment, which is the planet all around you, in order to keep yourself alive. So if you're serious about not wanting to die yourself, you need to take care of the environment. And something that the Zeitgeist movement says, aside from saying that same exact thing, is that we need to take care of each other. Something else that the Don't Die passport says. We need to take care of each other, because if all of our needs are not being met, if there's people who are always left out and they're just living in extreme poverty and not having their needs met, they're going to come after the people who do have the resources that they need to survive, essentially. There's a reason you're starting to hear phrases like eat the rich and stuff like that appear. Like, society is destabilizing because of this, because it's stratified, because there's a small handful of people holding on to all the wealth and resources needed to keep everyone alive. And it's like 13 or so people have all of it. And everyone else is starving to death and going like, dude, what the fuck? Like, share some of that with us, man. You don't need all that for yourself. You know what I mean? Like, that's all happening because our value system is not that, basically. It's not focused on taking care of everyone and the planet. It's focused on money, status, and power. You know, the capitalist virtues, essentially. So, yeah, even just saying it all out loud now, because I was already brainstorming in my head how I was going to talk about this before I even started recording, but even just saying it now, it's just the more I talk through this, the more I realize there really is like almost no difference between this sustainability advocacy organization that I was already a part of since 2008, right here, and the Venus Project, and this, and Don't Die. It's literally the same concept. It's just repackaged, essentially. Like, Brian just repackaged it, and it takes a slightly different approach, where, this is what I was trying to get at earlier, is that whereas the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project focus a lot on criticizing capitalism and how our modern society works right now, and how it's not conducive to life and sustainability, aka longevity, and it's killing us all slowly as a species and as individuals. It is destroying our health markers and everything else, and destroying our planet. Whereas it mostly focused on that, Brian's pretty much, and okay, let me finish that other thought, actually. It mostly focused on that, and focused on laying out a plan for how we can transform our society and our culture to instead use our technology and everything else to create a society that isn't destructive and slowly killing us all, that is actually sustainable. Brian basically, his approach, or the Don't Die approach, is to kind of take a step back instead and just say, no, just plant the idea in people's heads first. Like, and then the rest will fall into place. The way I see it as of this point in time, we got to see the rest of the video still, but the way I see it at this point in time, Brian's approach only differs in the fact that he says, let's keep a completely open mind to any and all paths that will take us to this goal, rather than focusing, like the Venus Project or the Zeitgeist movement focuses on abolishing and transcending capitalism, to be able, as a first primary step, to create a more sustainable economy and economic structure conducive to sustainability, longevity, life, health, and happiness. He says, let's take whatever approach gets us there. Let's take whatever approach gets us to a society that is conducive to life, sustainability, health, and happiness. You know, longevity, don't die, not dying, not going extinct. Whatever path takes us there, no matter what. Like, that's why he has said before he's neutral to capitalism, because he wants to keep himself open to any and all ideas that could possibly get us there. But the end goal is still exactly the same as it is for the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project. It is still exactly the same. The end goal is still, you know, restructuring the world and its value system, our cultural values, to cherish and value life, longevity / sustainability as much as possible above everything else. It is about not dying and not going extinct. you know, like Extinction Rebellion. I'm sure everybody's heard of those guys. Yeah, they're really not that different either. What their methods, that's all it is. That's what I was getting at, is that it's just a methodology. The approach is slightly different, but it's all still pretty much gravitating towards the same thing, which is that none of us want to fucking die, man. Nobody wants to die. We don't want to go extinct as a species. We don't want to die as individuals. We don't want to die. Like, that's what it is. That's why there's so many movements that are appearing that with these, they seem different. They're really not. They're really advocating the same idea, which is life. We don't want to die. And that's why Brian keeps saying that our only real foe, our only foe at all, is death itself. Any and all causes of death. That is our only enemy. In the end, that is our only enemy. And we all see this to a certain extent because, like I just said, there's so many other movements with very that they seem different, but if you really look into what they're doing, it's like it's literally the same idea. They just don't want to die. They don't want to go extinct. So basically, Brian is thinking that keeping it simple and then going from there is the best approach. Like keeping it don't die as being the one common thread we all have is probably the best way to get everyone to change their cultural values, to change their way of thinking, and then everything else will fall into place after that. Like if we could theoretically get everybody around the world to suddenly be like, yeah, maybe money and profits really isn't all that important. Maybe it's more important to not die. Like maybe life is more important. Maybe we should actually, you know, the best thing we could do is literally not die, not at the individual level. Like I should be looking after my health instead of worrying about money. You know, like my health, my everything related to that, like diet, exercise, I should optimize that. I should then apply that level of thinking towards taking care of the environment, you know, measure whatever we can measure about how the environment is right now, where it's going, and if it's going in a bad direction, which it is, how do we reverse course or change course? How do we fix what's happening so that we don't just, you know, go extinct from global warming, yada yada. Like everything just sort of branches out, but the source, the zero, the starting point on the number line is don't die. And then it just goes from there, basically. And so the more solid example of this is why I pulled up this website here. When Brian made this website, don'tdie.brianjohnson.com, here's I won't read all of this, but I'll get to the main bullet points. He says how the process he followed to create the Don't Die endeavor. Step 1, identify the source of death. Step 2, state your goal. And step 3, create a plan. Right? And then he shows the details of how he did that to come up with Blueprint. When it says here, what is this? It says we're a community united in defeating all causes of human and planetary death and building all promoters of prosperity. We want the choice of continued life or death, to boldly explore the future. For Earth to be a sustainable planet for those who choose life, and to secure the future of human existence with the rise of artificial intelligence. Again, does that sound familiar? Like I said, the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project, whatever the latest technology we have at our disposal, use it to do exactly that. To secure the future of human existence, sustainability, to keep the planet and humanity alive. Because humans, as of right now, cannot live without the planet. We need its resources, we need its environment to keep us alive. And so this is an aside I totally forgot to say earlier. Even the founder of the Zeitgeist movement, I think his name is Peter Joseph, had actually said when somebody asked him, this is what I was saying about how this wasn't that original, what he did here at the beginning of the video. Somebody had actually asked him back then when it got a lot of popularity and people were asking a lot of questions about it. They were like, well, if we just let machines do all the work, and you know, because this is something else we said, is we should automate everything and let machines do the work. That's the stuff nobody wants to do, at least. And then free humans to do higher order endeavors, to do more epic things, essentially. Something else Brian says a lot. Then, you know, society would be more optimized. You know, we didn't say it in the same words, but we were essentially saying the same thing as Brian, where it's, you know, letting society run on an algorithm that guarantees us health and happiness, essentially. It's really not, it's literally the same thing. And so people would ask us the same thing. Well, what about free will? Like, what if I don't want to, you know, do this or that, and I want to do... It's literally the same exact reactions Brian was getting here, which is why I immediately caught on and said, you guys are just assuming the worst. And, you know, I thought to myself, probably why Brian's doing this thought experiment, to then tell them later, by the way, you guys are just letting your own bias fill in the gaps of what you don't know with the worst. Because I literally already went through this at the age of, let's see, what, the Zeitgeist movement started in 2008. The peak of its popularity was between 2008 and 2012 or so. And yeah, people would ask these same kinds of questions all the time. Oh, I don't want to give up my free will to let machines do everything and automate everything and let AI... Because we even talked about that too. Like, even if AI has to take over... That's what I was getting at. I kind of tripped over myself, was that the founder of the movement, somebody asked him, would you, like, how far would you take this automation thing? And, like, how far would you allow, like, technology to sort of automate everything? Like, would you actually let artificial intelligence... maybe even call the shots and take over decision making over humans? And his answer was basically, if that becomes the most optimal and sustainable thing for everybody, yeah, why the fuck not? Like, who cares? Yeah, let's, like, if it turns out that artificial intelligence, or as Brian calls it, super intelligence, basically can make decisions better than we can, if an algorithm can do it better, basically, then yeah, why not? The goal is sustainability above everything else. Longevity. Not dying. This is literally just a repackaged version of something I already believed in since the age of 17. I was around 17 or 18 in 2008. When I first got exposed to those ideas and said, yeah, like I had already pledged myself to these ideas, because that's what they are, really. Like, that's, again, something else he would say too, is that this isn't something you just sign up for, like, on a website. Like, see how you can just put in your email or whatever. It's not something you just sign up for. It's a train of thought. Just talking about the Zeitgeist movement here. It was a train of thought. It's a way of thinking of how can we optimize this or that aspect of our society to be conducive towards sustainability, towards being more sustainable, longevity. You know, making it last longer, or as long as possible. That is sustainability, that is longevity. These ideas are not any different. How can we do that, basically? And restructuring step by step all of our society that way, to make it more conducive towards lasting longer, as opposed to how it is now, which is how to make money. That's right now, that's the value orientation and the structure of our society right now, is how do we make money? You know, how do I make more money than my neighbor or that guy over there? How do I make sure I'm the one making all the money? It's horrific. Like, our current selfish value orientation is just killing us, and a lot of us don't even fucking realize it, or just refuse to, because it threatens our identity. Like, too many people already identify way too much with capitalism and the way our society is now, and we can't see past it. Or we refuse to. Even there's some people who are just apathetic. They just don't care. They're like, whatever, I'm gonna die anyway, so, you know, I don't care, basically. I want to be debaucherous and just whatever. But anyway, putting that aside, that was my main point to make at this point in the video, was just the fact that these first two segments, mostly this first segment, didn't surprise me at all, and I knew exactly where Brian was going with that, because it's something I already went through before. It's something that, I should say, we already went through before, meaning everybody else who became part of this, the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement. We already went through this shit before. Like, the same exact kind of criticisms and questions, like, what about this? What about that? You know, because people they're too scared of letting computers become the decision makers, essentially, letting artificial intelligence call the shots, even if it becomes proven one day that they're better at it than us. They're too afraid to give it up. It's just like, oh, but my free will, you know? And so this is basically just Brian trying to, just like we did way back then, many years ago, at the peak of our popularity and, like, the Zeitgeist movement and all that. It's literally the same thing. We're just trying to tell people, but it'll be better this way. Like it can be, if it can be mathematically proven that it is more sustainable and conducive to health and happiness to let computers run shit, why not? What's the problem? You know? But if this technology, like what they're saying now, if we don't change our values towards that, towards sustainability and longevity, and we keep them as they are now, again, this warlike society that we have, where we're all competing against each other for money and status and power and other vanities and just stupid vain shit like that, then it's more likely that superintelligence will end up just killing us all. That's the main point. That's, I think, where this is ultimately going to go. When we get to the end of at least this segment, probably, if not maybe at the end of the video, that's probably how Brian's going to wrap up, is at least this segment. I think that's probably where he's going to go, is he's going to say that, you know, we need to make sure AI doesn't actually end up killing us, and the best way to do that would be to all of us change our values to this one thing and then go from there. Go from that 0 and then onwards. And there we go, I digress from this. And that's what this is here. He says you can build your own don't die effort. He has examples for creating Blueprint. That's his don't die endeavor. That's Brian's. Was step 1, identify the source of death. For him, biological aging, which leads to death. That was the source of death he found. Step 2, state your goal. Personally achieve age escape velocity where 1 year passes and I remain the same biological age. Step 3, create a plan. Measure every organ of my body to determine its biological age. Consult the best science. Implement the power law therapies. Reframe normal, quote unquote normal, of self-destructive behaviors to its reality, what it really is, which is violence against yourself. When you're eating junk food, drinking alcohol, you're just killing yourself. Continuously measure organs to evaluate age slowing or age reversal effect, and then repeat until the goal is achieved. Step 4, measure and keep score because progress begins with counting. And so I guess if you looked at, you know, the Venus Project or the Zeitgeist movement, you could say step 1, identifying the source of death, capitalism or wealth inequality, because capitalism creates that by its nature. So you could, to simplify it more and make it less dogmatic for those people who are picky about that kind of thing, you could say wealth inequality leads to death, as well as all sorts of negative outcomes. This has been proven. You can find the research for this online. And it was in, I believe, Zeitgeist Moving Forward, that released in 2011. Still a free-to-watch movie on YouTube. You can look it up. There's a segment there that says income inequality. The higher income inequality, the more incidence there is of drug abuse, of alcohol consumption, obesity. There's more obesity. There's more violence. There's more crime. Everything. The less wealth/income inequality there is in a society, the less stratified it is, basically, the more equal people are with each other, the less incidence of drug abuse, alcohol, obesity, all sorts of negative health outcomes, as well as death itself, premature death, heart attack risk, all that. And all like countries and communities that they analyzed, it was exactly the same. The more inequality there was, like economic and wealth inequality that there was, the more negative health outcomes there were. So the best thing, that was the source of death that the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project identified. The best thing to do is eliminate wealth and income inequality and make everyone live at the same standard of living, basically. Elevate everyone to the highest possible standard of living equal to each other, using our technology to optimize that, and for sustainability as well, because it has to be sustainable or else it'll fall apart. Capitalism isn't sustainable. That's why it's falling apart. You're seeing that happen now. It's getting harder and harder for people to deny that reality given current events. Again, it's January 17th, 2025. I'm probably going to upload this right away. So the upload/publish date should be pretty much the same. But it might take till tomorrow because it's turning into a long video like I said it was probably going to. So yeah, biological aging, which leads to death. Okay, yeah, so step 1, I was saying the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement. Step 1, identifying the source of death was wealth/income inequality. Step 2, stating the goal. The Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project said the goal was to eliminate wealth and income inequality by what I just said, optimizing the use of our technology to create a sustainable society that equitably distributes resources to everyone and takes care of everyone's needs, because that's the only way to get people to not go after each other and kill each other because one guy has more than another, which just creates that sort of that stratification, and that eventually leads to competition and violence and, you know, dominance hierarchy and all that. So the goal was to create equality for everybody using our technology and managing our resources intelligently, to be sustainable and equitable. Step 3 was creating a plan. I guess I kind of did both at the same time, yeah. So yeah, the source of death was basically wealth and income inequality, or just capitalism in general, because it's of the way it leads to the destabilization of our planet in a lot of ways, our society and the environment, yada yada. And then step 2 was obviously, you know, transcending that and replacing capitalism with something that works like a natural law resource-based economy is what they called it back in those days. Something that they probably still use the same title, but basically, yeah, a resource-based natural law economic model. So you basically use resources based on how sustainable it is to use those resources rather than money. Rather than let's see how much I can sell this for, you ask, do we have the resources to do this or that, basically, or not? Or how can we get them without, you know, running out of the stuff? You know, it has to be sustainable. Otherwise, if we run out, well, then that's it. We're screwed. Like, things like that. So that would have been step 2 and 3, essentially. And then step 4, building technology, community, coalition, and scale. This is where I think the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement kind of came up short. Because we built a community, and it was pretty big for a while in the early 2010s. You know, coalition and scale, but then I feel like we didn't do enough with it. We never built the technology. Only community, coalition, and scale. There were a lot of people back then saying, you know, build it and they will come. Like that might actually, you know, we should start building like a test city that shows what it could be like to create a resource-based economy using advanced technology and all this stuff. Obviously, it would have been pretty expensive, and that's one of the main reasons it never happened. But it would have shown people an example that it is possible to live differently than what we have now, because one of the biggest criticisms we got back then, the same thing Don't Die and Brian are getting now, is that people want to keep doing what they're already doing. They don't want to give up what they have now because it's the only way of life that they know, and they don't want to have to try to get used to something new. Even if you can guarantee them it's going to be better. You saw the first segment, you saw what happened here. People still kept saying, no, but what if this? I don't want to give up that. I want to give up this. We went through the same shit, man. That's why that segment didn't surprise me. And I was just like, yep, we've been here before. Like, that's why I knew exactly where that was going. And Brian didn't surprise me with any of that. When he talked about how it was meant to be a provocative question, I was like, yeah, exactly. It's like people were automatically inserting the worst assumptions. Yeah, I saw that happen before fucking 10 plus years ago. 10 to 15 years ago, I saw people doing that all the time. They just don't want to change. Nobody likes the unknown, as Brian said, you know. So yeah, that was about the only thing, is we didn't, or we tried too hard to scale things on a macro level, probably, too soon, instead of starting off simple like what Brian's doing now, which is like, you know, if we want to survive what's coming in the future, start, again, it's just a start, but it needs to go further, but as a start, optimize your own health and well-being first so that you can see the rationale behind it, and then from there you do this. You follow the step-by-step, essentially. You apply this to everything that comes after. Like, okay, I've optimized my health and longevity for myself. How do I do that for like my neighbor, my family members? And then you go from there. What about my entire community, my neighborhood, my city that I live in? How do we make it safer? How do we make it more conducive to health and longevity? And then it just keeps, the train of thought just keeps expanding out like that. And if you get everybody to identify with the same goal of not dying, then the theory is that that would become easier and easier to get everybody on board of saying, oh yeah, we should change this. Like maybe we should add another stop sign here. This is a very crude example, but I don't know, a stop sign to this intersection so people don't get, you know, run over, yada yada. Again, very crude example, but I'm just trying to get the point across. So yeah, that's basically just the main differences in the approach between how the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project tried to do things and how Brian is trying to do things with Don't Die. It's just the approach. Brian's saying we need to start simple, you know, not just step 1, step 0, which is getting people to actually identify with this idea first, with Don't Die, with not wanting to go extinct first, and then from there, you know, everything else after that is an afterthought. It just falls in place afterwards. Like if you get people to believe in that, then they'll just naturally be like, okay, so then the next best thing is to, you know, change this. And then, oh hey, well maybe we should start changing this part of our society to be like this. Like maybe we should ban junk food ads targeted to kids. Something Bernie Sanders literally said in a very recent video he put out. Maybe we should, take that a step further and just ban junk food in general and stop letting these companies profit so much off of it and start doing it. And it just kind of just keeps going step by step by step incrementally until eventually we've transformed all of society. This is the hope, that we've transformed all of society into a completely new one that is conducive towards life, health, happiness, and sustainability, And that's, sustainability equaling longevity. And that's basically the idea. As far as I understand it at this point in time, that is what Don't Die really is. So it is absolutely no different than what I already believed in, the values I already had, the cultural values that I already had at this point in time by the time I discovered this. So it really came naturally to me. And that's why I think just listening to his audiobook, Don't Die, which has been renamed into Dialogues, like I said earlier, listening to Brian's Don't Die book and then watching this so far, still gotta watch the rest, I'm just like, yeah, this seems pretty natural and intuitive to me. It's literally repackaged sustainability advocacy is what it is. It's just advocating for using our technology to restructure our society towards longevity and, not going extinct as a species. And then, maybe even at the individual level too. Maybe make humans as individuals be able to live forever as well. It's all one and the same, basically. So yeah, it's really not, it wasn't that hard of a concept for me to grasp. So, but again, for most people, these are some pretty niche and out there ideas. I think the founder of the Zeitgeist movement, Peter Joseph, was on Joe Rogan's podcast in the early days of Joe Rogan's podcast. He was a guest on there. And Joe Rogan literally called us, he said the Zeitgeist movement was the first cult that made sense. Called us a cult. And most people saw us that way. Still do. And what's happening with Brian and Don't Die now? It's being called a cult. Literally one of the first few comments I already saw when I saw this video on my phone, because for some reason YouTube has set it up so that as soon as you click on a video's thumbnail, because I was like, oh, what's this and how long is it? I clicked on it real quick just to see that it was like, oh, it's an hour and a half. It's, it shows a preview of a random comment in this comment section for some reason. And one of the first comments I saw for this video right here, for Brian's video, it said, how to not, something you say when you're totally not starting a cult. He's referring to the title of the video. Watch these 86 minutes to rewire your brain. We're gonna brainwash you. I say it like that because, again, it's something I've been hearing for 15 fucking years. You're brainwashed and you're not. It's like, I'm brainwashed into thinking I should maybe want to keep the planet that sustains me, that keeps me alive. I'd rather be brainwashed into thinking that than brainwashed into thinking that I should just be, saying fuck it and let's just make as much money as possible and then spend it on getting laid, getting drunk, doing drugs, staying up late, destroying my health and not giving a shit about the health of the planet or the environment, just destroying it and having complete disregard for it. I'd much rather be brainwashed into thinking that I should be doing the opposite of those things because I don't want to die. So I'm just going to keep doing that instead. I'm going to keep doing whatever science tells me is what I should be doing to not die, rather than valuing nonsense like that. So
no, that's what I think.
Okay, thank you.
It feels like, the ideal thing.
It's always my way of saying whatever. If you say it's a cult, who cares? It's the same thing. The same thing we like. Yeah, those criticisms we got back then are the same criticisms Brian and his Don't Die movement are getting now. So it's literally the same thing.
Would be to regulate.
It's a cult.
China was being able to watermark images to say that this was created with AI, but at this point it's already, I think the cat's out of the bag. It's already out there. It's already evolved. We have to hope that we have the right people in the right places to help navigate what's going to happen, because it's certainly what we're not expecting is what's going to happen.
I just talked to an AI guy recently who's works for NVIDIA. Is that the
NVIDIA?
Yeah.
NVIDIA. And what he was telling me is how AI works is just it learns just like us, right? The way that a child learns is the way that AI learns, and it just learns faster because you can process things faster. And it's just it is, if you look at evolution, it seems to appear to be like the next species, right? And like we so desperately want to control things as humanity, right? Especially so that it doesn't harm us. But at the same time, evolution has to go through its process, and harm is sometimes the way that things happen. So I mean, it's not that I'm voting for harm, but I also am voting for like allowing it to learn also, because I feel like if we give it its ability and its freedom that we all want ourselves to learn, then it hopefully will bring the best results.
I feel it's dangerous to have hope as a strategy, though. You have
Exactly.
hope as a strategy and you have hope as a strategy. I feel it's kind of tenuous. Not to criticize here.
Yeah, you can criticize it. I mean, I'm just throwing out thoughts right now. But like, I mean, what else is there? I mean, because if we put a playbook, that's going to be destroyed in 2 seconds anyway. It is its own being and thing, and it's almost like we kind of have to like. I mean, and I love AI. I think AI is one of the most exciting things, and also it's scary as fuck, you know.
Yeah, and the way to solve that is to reorient our values, our cultural ideas and values, what we value. That's how you solve that. It's literally just, if we can get everybody on the same page to chase after the same goal, to not die, to not go extinct, sustainability, then we wouldn't have anything to fear for AI, because it would just be built around that. It would just be like, oh, these things, like, meaning humans and other animals, everything on this planet around me just wants to stay alive and wants to die. Okay, then I guess that's what we're doing, basically. That's the idea, is that AI would be programmed around that value set, rather than help me kill this guy over here because I can take his Corvette and steal his shit and steal his woman or something. Like, help me kill this other country so that my country can be the best. Like, if we have those kinds of values, which we currently do in our society right now, then yeah, it's pretty easy to imagine how AI can be pretty fucking scary. Because then it'll be like, oh, these people just want to kill each other and kill themselves. I'll help them do that. I'll help them do that really, really fast. And then, yeah, you can just imagine what would happen then.
All at the same time.
But it still needs like electricity, it needs chips, it needs like silicon, you know, it needs hardware that for it to run. It's not an act.
Yeah, just like we do. We need minerals, vitamins, food, and water.
Actual organic being, right? So we're still in control of its
To a certain extent.
Density.
yeah, its existence, you know. But
Well, I think it kind of, to me, I just really hope that
I mean, if it becomes smarter than us and it decides we are a threat to it and decides to kill us, you're not going to be able to outsmart it at that point. Like, if it's been given as much power as he's starting to imagine, you're not going to be able to design a kill switch that it can't get around. Like, this is why it's important to not allow AI to become that in the first place. This is why we need to reorient our cultural values to life and sustainability, longevity, health and happiness, because on a global level, everybody, we all need to get on the same page soon, fast, or it's all over. Or superintelligence will grow up with the wrong value systems and will likely just kill us all even faster than we were already doing ourselves.
there will be dramatic changes around the world. So, although our United States system's flawed, I do think we still at the underlying have the best democratic society in the world. So I think it's that much more important for us to become a leader in this, and there's obviously other regimes and things out there. I don't really know with North Korea we want with their value systems to have a lot more control over the world order or things to that effect. And that's just want to make sure the right leadership and that we stay at the forefront to just really, protect ourselves. And I think broadly, can help protect a lot of other societies and things as well if it gets to that. But I think we gotta keep a strong leadership position as this progresses.
I just feel like it's a little too late, isn't it? To put any parameters around it, because it's already infiltrated our lives. So it's hard to have that conversation because it's already, yeah.
We passed that point.
Yeah, to a certain extent, like you were saying. Obviously, we could pull the power, but
Yeah, so we're past the 27-minute mark. Yeah, from this point on, I have no idea. Like, this is all new for me. This is the first time I'm hearing to see this. Everything, yeah, from the 27:50 mark or whatever it was when this guy was talking, I have not seen anything beyond that point. So this is all new to me now. now it's actually like, from this point on, it's literally my first time reaction to everything. Whereas everything before this was me kind of recapping how I reacted to when I first saw it, before I decided to record the rest of this watch through.
But we're all using,
Or record my reaction to it.
pull that power, but we're all using power every day.
We do too.
Yeah.
It's just impossible to imagine where we'll be in the future, and so therefore it's hard to come up with a strategy now. I think personally I've tried to take a very optimistic stance, and I think that that helps me in my little continue on a day-to-day basis. But yeah, I think anytime you talk about regulation, I think doing that on a global level is just very challenging, and if it's in one, and it has really unintended consequences too, I think, in terms of innovation or having too much power to a particular model. So I think every argument that we are capable of making has its downsides that, again, like looking back on this conversation, I think it would, we have no idea how to fathom it.
Something I forgot to say earlier with regards to income and wealth inequality. Innovation is also higher in countries that are more equal, societies that are more equal and have less social stratification. Less of that dominance power hierarchy stuff, basically. Innovation is higher there too. So again, just another starting point.
Yeah, I still go back to what you said, Mike, is just you put a playbook in hand to at least set some guidelines and some bumpers. But I think it is kind of, we're too far along to try to guide in a certain way or completely shut it down, or, I think I would say.
We need to guide it by giving it one common goal for the entire human species, which is to not die. That's my 2 cents.
Open source is how it's going to play out, and there is going to be some harm along the way, but overall, I think that humanity is net good. But yeah, some people may get harmed along the way, but overall, yeah, you could put some protocols in place and some regulation that not to cause harm to humans, but I think we're already AI is inevitable. So
We're no longer in charge.
and if we're all wiped out, we don't have to worry about it anyways.
That's true.
We're all going to be gone.
That's true. That's true.
That's always the easy way out, right? It's like, well, if we all die, then whatever. It's like, okay, well,
No, we're not.
sure.
Except for Brian, of course. He'll be under the sea.
He's got a bunker in New Zealand.
A very honest trench.
Great thing is,
It's like, if we all die, then we don't have to worry about it anymore. Sure. Like, why even bother? Like, let's just see what happens, guys. Because it's like, yeah.
is that there's so
So
much
like a day ago.
efficiency. If you do use it for good, AI can be super efficient.
A bunker in New Zealand.
A very honest trench.
Great thing is that there's so much efficiency. If you do use it for good, AI can be super efficient and a fun, creative tool too.
I find that spending time thinking about this while I'm trying to be optimistic, but it actually is quite scary to think about exactly where we are today. And I know many people spend their careers and lives and current day-to-day thinking about just this. I think I'm focused on a different set of problems that AI is actually amazing for on a day-to-day basis. And I think deeply thinking about this question from a species and evolution perspective is, hard.
Yeah. Okay, so if we pattern match this to where we were in the first 2 questions in the thought experiments we did, this question pattern matched number 1. Right? It's a question that has a lot of uncertainty. It's unbounded in its uncertainties.
And once again, everybody assumed the worst. Because, sad to say, in our current cultural values, that is sadly how it would go. Like, I mean, that's how he started this question, was saying some people want to use it for war. Some people want to use it for social media followers. Some people want to use it to make a lot of money. AI, I mean. It's like, how do we make a plan? What should we do as a species, giving birth to superintelligence, to make sure that it doesn't just end up killing us all, you know? And so my answer was to say that, to galvanize humanity on their one single goal, one idea to rally behind, which is sustainability and longevity, or as Brian likes to call it, don't die, which is the same thing.
So you each did the same thing you did before, which is you searched your mind and you said, how do I understand reality? And you identified one of those models and you applied it to the question. You know, whether it was democracy or whether it was like humanity in general, you know, humanity is good, or whether it's like we think leaders are important, or we think, like, you basically chose a model. If you notice that nobody here said, we don't know. So this is again where that hides in plain sight, where these questions come up and we're up against the limitations of our own knowledge. So the question is, do we know what to do? And revisit that assumption. And so if we look at a few moments in time, let's imagine we're in the 1870s and there's a new idea proposed that it's actually microscopic objects called bacteria that are the source of infection. That's a wild idea. Like,
I think he's literally about to, didn't I just say this a few minutes ago about how nobody believed that? And then the one doctor that came out and said, guys, I think there are these microorganisms that are killing us and we can't see them because they're too small. And they were like, this guy's crazy, throw him in an asylum. And he ended up spending the rest of his days there. Oh, here it is. I don't think he's going to talk about that guy and what happened to him, but he's using that as an example to say, that's something we thought we knew, and then we ended up realizing, oh, we didn't know, and we ended up condemning some poor guy who was trying to tell us the truth. We called him crazy. Does this sound familiar? This is literally what people say about Brian now, and what people said about us, you know, about Jacques Fresco, the guy who started the Venus Project, you know, everybody who advocated sustainability via the Zeitgeist movement or whatever, same thing. It's just like, oh, these people are crazy, you know, they're a cult. It's literally, I'm just watching history repeat itself, essentially. But with Brian's Don't Die movement, it's like literally happening all over again. It's like I'm back in 2008 to 2015 or whatever it was, basically.
Beyond the resolution of the eye at the source of infection. Now, even if you're early to say, I think this is actually a good idea, I think this is actually a legitimate idea, I think these bacteria are real, I think they do cause infection, and it does make sense that, you know, if a doctor is washing their hands in between surgeries, then it increases patient outcomes of survival. Now, in that moment, if you say...
That was how that doctor discovered that, yeah. He is kind of talking about that same story, yeah. That is how it was discovered, was this doctor noticed that when he washed his hands, his next patient wouldn't fucking die. And he was just like, what's going on here? And he's like, he started putting it together. He's like, maybe there's something that I'm eliminating every time I wash my hands. You know, I'm eliminating something I can't see from my hands that is keeping the next patient from dying. It's keeping them alive. You know, it's maybe there's these like tiny microorganisms that are causing infection and disease, you know?
And it does make sense that, you know, if a doctor is washing their hands in between surgeries, then it increases patient outcomes of survival. Now, in that moment, if you say, okay, what is the best protocol for hygiene for the world? Like, what if the bacteria exists, now what? Like, what does that mean? Now, of course, that's an entire science that's developed, right? That pertains not just to hygiene, but to all other aspects of society. Now, the same concept is true now. As in that moment, you wouldn't have known, and over time, systems build. As knowledge builds, we learn like this and that, and we improve the system here and there. But it's a process where now we have a pretty good idea on like where these things, how they work. So if we're giving birth to AI and we just now understand its nascent abilities, they can do this and that, and we try to model out the ability, the first thing that would be important to acknowledge is we are up against a wall of uncertainty. We don't know how it's going to evolve. We don't know what it's going to do. We don't know what it's going to do on certain time frames. We don't know if we turn it off. We don't know if it's going to, we have no idea what's going to happen. So
we only know what's most likely to happen. Yeah, he's right about this. Like, we only know what's most likely to happen based on our current cultural values, as I've been saying over and over. But what's actually going to happen? Yeah, nobody fucking knows. We can only do like approximations, estimates, just like what the example I gave with global warming. You know, yeah, everything is going pretty much exactly how they were predicted, but it's happening a lot faster on a much faster timetable than scientists predicted. That was something nobody saw coming. So this is the same thing. It's just like, we think this is what's going to happen based on how our values are right now, because that's going to shape what AI turns into for the most part. But something could just come out of left field that completely throws it all off, and then we're either fucked either way, or we suddenly, everything just turns around and we're fine. We don't know.
We're up against a wall of fog. Now, in this moment, this pressure tests our ability to know and not know. And when you go in knowing, it blinds you that you may not know. And so I want to propose something that in this moment, in this most important moment in the history of the human race, we actually don't know what to do. And that no existing form of human thought actually solves the problem. That no, for example, take democracy as a form of governance. Can we say, democracy solved this? I don't think it solved it. You know, not all the world is democratic. There's other forms of political systems. If we say, okay, capitalism, you're certainly going to solve this. Probably unlikely. We say, okay, Christianity, step in and help us out. Islam, pull up. You know, like, take any social, moral, ideological, religious construct and apply it. Like, does it actually solve the question?
This is something that was in Zeitgeist moving forward as well. There was getting to part 3 where they start talking about how you would design a resource-based economy. The director of the film, who's also narrating it, the producer and director was saying, okay, so what do we do? He says, if we want to build a society that is actually, you know, sustainable with the goal of optimizing health, life and happiness and all that stuff. I'm paraphrasing for the most part. But like in that general idea, how do we create a sustainable society that can do those things? He says, well, surely, you know, obviously our monetary capitalist system has the answers. No, I don't see anything there. Like, you can read all the economic books you want on that stuff, you won't find anything. What about, you know, religion? Religion has to have the answer, right? Surely the great creator, he says it sarcastically, left behind a set of instructions on how we can build a sustainable global society, or just sustainability in general, you know, no matter what scale it's on. Surely there's a good set of instructions there. You look through the whole Bible and any other religious text, you don't find shit. And then I'm curious to see what Brian's going to say, because Peter arrives at the conclusion that no, the only train of thought or system of thinking, so to speak, if that's even the appropriate way to say it, that can lead you to the correct answers for pretty much almost anything, including this big question mark of how do we build a sustainable society, is science. Like, that's the answer lies in science. Measuring what we have, you know, taking stock of our resources, taking stock of our situation through scientific measurements and data, and then applying the scientific method to, from the ground up, create this sustainable resource-based economic structure and society that can give us, you know, the sustainability, health and happiness that we're looking for, basically. It starts with science, basically. Let's see what Brian says.
Pull up. You know, like, take any social, moral, ideological, religious construct and apply it. Like, does it actually solve the question? I don't think anything does. So it could be the case that as a species, we are giving birth to a new form of intelligence that is foreign and alien, and that no existing form of human thought is its equal in giving birth. So we have an opening of what could that be. So I'd like to propose to you that opening is don't die. That don't die is the philosophical, economic, political, moral, ethical, and social framework that actually is equal to this moment. And it's really simple. It basically says, don't die is the most played game by every human on this planet every second of every day. It is our 0th order priority. Every few seconds, we're taking in air, right? The majority, a substantial portion of our body is ensuring we don't die, whether it's killing cancer cells or whether it's getting enough air, whether we're trying to navigate obstacles, but we're trying to not die constantly. Now, once you're not dead, you can do amazing things like create art and go surfing and, right, create new skincare products. Like, you can do amazing things in the world, but you have to not be dead to do those things.
Yeah, all that comes after. It's the afterthought, but first you have to keep yourself alive.
And with that, it's the only thing, the singular thing the human race agrees upon. there's nothing that the human race agrees with each other on, except for that single concept, which is we don't want to die right now. Now, if you say, do you want to die in 5 years? We fracture, right, into many different ways. Like some people want to be alive in 5 years, some people don't, some people will spin up their certain philosophies, but there's a very small number of people who actually want to die right now.
See, and this is what I was getting at. This is where the main difference between previous sustainability advocacy movements, like, you know, this one, like the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project, this is where it differs. It's the approach, the approach and the way of thinking. Like, again, these two movements, they go way too much into detail about, you know, this is how we should do it. We should design it like this because with our current level of mathematical understanding and society and science, this has been proven to be the best outcome. And that's not a bad thing per se, but like he just said, you lose people once you go beyond this moment. It's like, because you start talking about all these macro level things and talking about how things could look in the future. And then people just kind of get lost in the abstraction of it all. And then it just kind of like falls apart and they stop taking it as seriously. Because like he said, even with something as simple as don't die, if you say, what about in 5 years? Some people will literally just be like, who cares? You know, like in 5 years, I think I'll be done with everything I wanted to do. You know, like maybe more realistically, most people might say 10 to 20 years, right? But whatever the time frame, people will start giving excuses for, I'll probably be dead by then. They'll say things, you see that all the time. Like people will just say, I'll be dead by then, who cares? And so Brian's approach is keeping it a lot more simple and just saying, don't die in this moment. And then when tomorrow comes, do it again. And then again, and again, and again, and again. just don't die ever, basically. Every single moment, just like right now, you don't want to die. Well, tomorrow, when tomorrow becomes right now, like when the future becomes a present, you're still going to feel the same way. So, you know, it's just a slightly different approach, basically, to the way of thinking to try and get through to people more. Getting them to see it step by step, short term by short term, rather than focusing too much on the long term. Just what do we do right now in this moment? It's this. And then, okay, well then tomorrow what do we do? Same thing we're doing right now. Just keep trying not to die, basically. And just keep doing that over and over and over. That's what I'm guessing he's going with this.
Many different ways. Like some people want to be alive in 5 years, some people don't, some people will spin up their certain philosophies. But there's a very small number of people who actually want to die right now. So if you build upon that concept, say, great, we've got a starting point. There's actually something we do agree upon that spans all political systems, all economic systems, all social, moral, ethical frameworks. And then if you say, okay, what would this look like roughly as a draft? It's don't die individually, don't kill each other, which is what you were saying, don't kill the planet, and align AI with the objective function of don't die.
There you go.
That when you're giving birth to a form of intelligence that mirrors the abilities of godlike entities which we've imagined throughout the history of the human race, that has, you know, these expansive abilities, existence becomes the highest virtue. Not making money, not achieving status, not achieving power, existence. That's what it would want, just to remain alive. Mm-hmm. And so that's a starting point for, as a species, if we are sober enough to recognize this moment, how consequential this moment is, and we're practical enough to say, we kind of need to put some thought into this. We can either say, all right, world, like you have your systems of democracy and capitalism, socialism, and like you'll sort it out, your religions, or we can say, I don't know about that path, there may be another path. So I'll stop there. What do you guys think about this as an initial hypothesis?
See, I wasn't too far off the mark, was I? It's just, if you've seen enough of Brian's content, which I've seen pretty much almost every single video he's put out, and you know, seen a few of his social media posts, and again, I read the Don't Die book before he renamed it to Dialogues. Still the same book. Doesn't matter that he renamed it. It's the same content. The video has not been re-uploaded. It's the same. Like, you can still go listen to it. It's exactly the same. He just changed the title. He hasn't announced why, or even announced that he did that. I just saw that it happened. I happened to see it when I was looking through his older videos or something I was researching like a week or two ago, and I noticed that he changed the name of it. But it's still the same book. You can go read. Do I still have the tab open? Yeah, there it is. It's called Dialogues now, but yeah, it used to be called Don't Die by Zero. yeah, like if you've read that book and or if you've followed enough of his social media posts, none of this should be shocking or that new. It's like he's saying the same thing. Yeah. I think these don't die dinners are mostly for when somebody's still completely new to the idea. It's a good way for them to sort of get them up to speed and understand like the philosophical concept of it within a time span of 2 hours, in case they don't have time to just sit and watch all of his content. Because yeah, a lot of this is stuff he has said already in a lot of those videos and in that book. Anyway, as expected, because this video is going so long, I have to use restroom, so I will BRB. But I will make a jump cut edit to skip this. I think I'll upload the whole video raw to YouTube, and then I'll use YouTube's editor to cut out parts like this where I have to get up. That way I can have the whole unedited version saved on YouTube in case I ever need it for whatever reason. The only edits I'm going to make are when I get up to do something, which hopefully it should be the only time, but I have to use the restroom and I don't want just a big blank space right here of nothingness, because I was going to turn off my webcam like this. I don't want a big blank space of just nothingness for like 5 minutes and the video's just paused. So I'll edit this out, and then, you know, the edit will just be me coming back, basically. So, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, there you have it. Like, he just said it right there, right? To maximize our probabilities of success in not dying, not going extinct, we have to change our cultural values to reflect that one goal above everything else. Above everything else. Money, status, and power. All of that has to take a step back to the goal of not dying. And if we do that, and we will, you know, the rest will basically fall into place. We'll end up building AI with that goal in mind. So it's more likely to be able to help us achieve that goal of not dying rather than something catastrophic happening. It's maximizing our probability of success, maximizing our probability of surviving the coming changes with all the technological advancements happening right now. It's just reorienting our values to life, to not dying, to not going extinct. That's our best bet to survive the future. Basically, the very, how do I say, recent or like this isn't something that's years or decades out. It's happening now, basically. You might as well almost call it the present. Like, if we want to survive this and what's coming in the next few years and decades, that's within most of our lifetimes watching this right now. That is what we have to do, is align don't die with everything, especially AI, but pretty much everything. That has to become our goal, is to not go extinct, to not die. Pretty obvious logic, honestly.
I mean,
what was the last thing he said before I went on break?
Democracy and capitalism, socialism, and like, you'll sort it out. Your religions.
I think that was
or
it.
we can say, I don't know about that path. There may be another path. So I'll stop there. What do you guys think about this as an initial hypothesis?
Okay.
I mean, don't die as a way of saying how we're going to approach AI specifically in like that context. It feels like we should be putting a lot of our energy into figuring out how to make AI help us not die, and have AI be instrumental in medicine. You know, like if it can do all your panels,
not just medicine,
and look at all your markers and be able to diagnose something with a lot of accuracy, where a doctor might have a bias or whatever. That feels like a very good use of AI. It's just, you know, I think, I don't know how else to answer other than that. You know,
still thinking too small.
We put our energy into that.
Yeah.
I mean, not only to just don't die, is
Thrive.
to how to live optimally. Because what's, you know, living if you're just, you know, in a little bubble or whatever it is. So if by chance, you know, us as humans, if you have an experience and you end up, you know, dying, at least you know that you put these certain systems in place to live the most optimally with that time that you have, to spend it more with your family or with close friends, or have interesting conversations like we're having now. So I would just, add on that from just that little, you know, perspective.
The one challenge with that is there's perhaps been more murder committed over how to live optimally than any other question in existence.
Yeah, he worded that. Yeah, this is why I've seen Brian talk about this before. Like, the reason he says don't die rather than live well, and this is why I was making those faces, is because when you say something like live well, everyone's going to define that differently. Somebody's going to say, to me, living well is going out, you know, and getting a hooker with some alcohol and some cocaine and snorting some off her tits or something, like, and doing that every fucking night. Yeehaw! You know, like, I want to ride my Ferrari around like an asshole and possibly cause a horrible accident that might kill myself and other people. Like, everybody has a different definition for living well. This is why he chooses the words "don't die," because it's the least open to interpretation, like, out of anything. And he's right, because I've tried to look for other ways to define it, and there really isn't. Like, don't die is just that. It's just what it means. It's just don't die. It doesn't matter how you're living, just don't die. That's it. But if you say live well, people, again, like I just said, some people will be like, oh, to me, living well is going to church every Sunday and being with family and friends. It doesn't matter if what we eat is like horrible for our health and slowly kills us and gives us diabetes or cancer. But at least, you know, we're living well because, you know, we're spending time with family. And then if somebody else says that their idea of living well is what I just said earlier, I want to be debaucherous and have hookers and drink alcohol and drugs and all that. You see how everybody starts coming up with their own version, and then eventually people start to conflict. It starts to build, you know, conflict, because for some fucking reason we all just want to, you know, take what we think is best of a given idea. Like, well, I mean, this is why there's like 1,000 different interpretations of the Bible. Like, this is why there's so many religious sects out there that are all different. You know, there's Christianity, there's Catholicism, there's so many, because everybody interprets almost everything differently. And then they start, inevitably somebody starts going, no, I have the right interpretation, you don't. So it's my way or the highway. And I think everybody has to do what I say. They have to do it my way or they're doing it wrong. And if they don't, I'm gonna, you know, persecute them and throw them in jail or kill them. That's exactly what he's saying here. Like, that's what we do. Like, we're like, no, you're misreading your Bible. No, you're misinterpreting this. This is how you're supposed to do this. And if you don't do it my way, I'm going to throw your ass in jail. Or, you know, like, I mean, we're seeing this. It's something as simple as, like, look at what the LGBTQ community is going through. Like, just because they don't have the same heteronormative, you know, like, those values that, oh, just because it's not a man and a woman, there's only two genders, yada yada. Like, just look how much hate they're getting. Like, just because they choose to be themselves, and themselves is not in line with what most other people have as normality, that oh, you know, marriage and sex is supposed to be between, you know, man and a woman or whatever. Just because it doesn't fit into that mold, they're literally being like, they get beat up, you know, threatened. They get death threats. The LGBTQ community and its allies gets death threats. They get sometimes actually killed. I mean, this is exactly what Brian's talking about. When you leave something open to interpretation and then everybody starts defining it differently, it's over. Because at that point, everybody's just going to start fighting over their version being the correct one, because their ego gets in the way and said, no, the way I interpret it is the correct way. And if you don't listen to me, I'm going to fucking kill you or throw you in jail or do something horrible to you. And that's the problem with that guy's wording of saying live well. This is something I've seen Brian talk about before. So, and yeah, he's absolutely right about it. That's why it has to be don't die and not live well.
The challenge with that is there's perhaps been more murder committed over how to live optimally than any other question in existence.
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
You mean like through religious wars and stuff, or you mean?
I mean, what are people disagreeing upon fundamentally? Resources, ideas, right? Vengeance. It's basically, it's humans disagreeing on what existence is about and what their goals should be. And so don't die is, so this is the question. Like, when you're
this is literally why there's conflict between people who advocate for capitalism and those who don't. It's literally, this is what it boils down to. It's because somebody says, no, I think life should be about, you know, maximizing your wealth and having 10 Ferraris in your driveway. And if you don't think the same as I do, you must be a fucking freedom-hating socialist communist. There's just another example of what Brian's talking about. There's so many examples, though, like I just gave about the LGBTQ community, you know. Oh, if you're not straight, you don't deserve this or that, you know, like, there's so many different examples for what Brian is talking about here.
Everyone's disagreeing on what existence is about and what their goals should be.
Yep.
And so don't die is, so this is the question, when you're in a luxurious state of, I have life, I have health, you can choose to spend your time any way you want. And people all over the world do that every day. You can be religious, you can be political, you can be economic, you can do all your decisions. But you basically have billions of competing decisions on what to do. Now, when humans have conflict of what to do, we typically resort to violence and try to sort that. And so don't die is a contemplation to say, we're actually in this incredible state of urgency as a species. It's not quite clear that things are okay right now in the world. Like, we have several potential existential threats. You may say, not a big deal, like, we've survived nuclear weapons for 60 years, we got this. You could also take the other side and be like, kind of scary that we have our fingers on these nuke buttons. And many, like, the climate's changing, so you might say, honestly, fine. I don't know, it could be a little dicey. So we have our hands full with some potential risks that we may underestimated. And so if you remember in March of 2020, when COVID hit, do you remember how ferocious the world's response was?
Yeah.
Everybody's plans got canceled. Everyone's business meetings, everyone's personal endeavors. You couldn't get surgery for a cancer. Like, everything.
You couldn't leave the country.
You couldn't leave the country. You couldn't even leave your home.
Your home, yeah.
And so that's how bad humans don't want to die, right? And so in context, but we forget about this. We forget how badly we don't want to die. And so the question for this is, as a species, is the move for us to say, what's the best life for all of us?
And then there was all the people who were just like, nah, it's a myth. COVID's not real. And they did want to leave their house and just keep doing, whatever and not care about the spread of it because they didn't even believe it was fucking real. They thought it was a hoax. But yeah, the rational people were like, yeah, I don't want to die, so I'm going to stay in my house as much as I can and yada yada. Yeah.
We forget how badly we don't want to die. And so the question for this is, as a species, is the move for us to say, what's the best life for all of us? Or is the move to say, this moment's kind of serious, potentially the most serious in our entire history, and kind of determining the future of intelligent existence in this part of the galaxy? Do we need some kind of original thought in this moment that we're coming back down to say, all right, we legit have one thing on our to-do list, which is don't die. Now, once you secure don't die, right, you can do all the wonderful things with existence you want to do, but this is the contemplation, is where are we at? And right now, we are very much in the state of affairs of choose your best life. That's what status quo is. And so it presses on that question.
Don't die feels a little negative. Instead, what about let's live? Feels a little more uplifting.
I mean, you kind of just explained why that wouldn't work, but maybe she means something different.
Yeah.
Without, like you said,
without
Mike,
the
without
fear.
causing harm to someone else.
Without the fear, like let's live because we are enjoying the moment and the people that we're with, instead of don't die because it feels a little restrictive.
Yeah, the challenge with let's live
Here we go again.
is you can't measure it.
Yeah, it's more subjective, like how to live optimally as compared to binary. Either you're alive or you're not.
And don't die, exactly. So exactly, either your heart's beating and your brain is active and you have conscious thought, or you don't. Now, you take this all the way down to physics, right? You're now in the second law of thermodynamics of looking at entropy. So don't die is not just a cute narrative about how humans string words together for something fun. It is dealing with fundamental physics and the mathematics of life.
But don't all systems tend to fall to entropy at some point?
Exactly. It's like
So you're saying use AI to figure out how to thwart entropy?
Exactly. I'm saying, like, when you're giving birth to God, godlike abilities, that godlike ability would look at the universe and say, I'm calculating the total energy in the universe that could give rise to life, like that I could use for my objectives to be alive. And then you simply just want, what you want there is to avoid existence from ending. But you want to assess what resources do you have to work with. And yes, over a certain duration of time, the universe runs out of energy and it's all just dark and quiet. But we have a long time before that happens. So until then, so it makes sense that as a species when death is inevitable, when you're going to die, It's like you YOLO your way to your decision making. You're gonna say, well, if I'm gonna die anyways, I might as well live my best life or have the right this or.
Yeah, this is why I jumped out of a fucking plane. I think if Don't Die had existed before I did that, I probably wouldn't have done it. I legit just didn't care. I was doing YOLO. That was back in, I went skydiving in 2021. I went skydiving and parasailing. I worked my way up to skydiving by doing parasailing first and then indoor skydiving. And then I went to the actual thing. And it wasn't really that transformative. People are like, oh, your life is so different now. No, not really. It was fun, but it's almost like the first time you have sex. Like it's kind of over a little too quick sometimes. Even if it wasn't, it feels like it was because it's just this new thing. You don't know what the hell you're doing and what's going on. I mean, this is kind of an aside, but yeah, there was times where like, wait, did we just spend like an hour having sex? It didn't feel like an hour. Like I legit had moments like that. Especially when it was like my first few times. I was like, did we really spend that much long doing that? Like when I would look at the time afterwards. But yeah, like it's just kind of one of those things. Like skydiving was one of those things where I also was just like, okay, well, that was nice, I guess. In the moment, it felt exhilarating and awesome, but it didn't leave me suddenly feeling like, oh my God, life is so different now. And I remember going to the skydiving place and people were asking about that. And one of the attendants was like, yeah, it's totally life-changing. No, not really. It's like, no, it was just kind of a fun thing to do. Worth the risk? No. Like, I'm glad it is one of the it is ironically a pretty safe hobby to do, but that doesn't guarantee anything. The accidents can still always happen. You could always be that one person where the parachute doesn't open or the parachute opens the wrong way and then you're just maimed for life. And I only took that risk, as small as that risk may be, because of how safe it's been made from, you know, how old it is and like how much it's been optimized for safety. There's still always that chance. Accidents do happen. I mean, I recently saw a video of a guy who I had a guy who filmed me so we could have a third person perspective. Like he had a camera on his helmet and he jumped out first right before us, so he let go. And so there's this, yeah, like he jumps on his own, then I jump with the guy who's strapped to me, basically the tandem jump. Me and him jump right after, so then he has a wrist cam so he can get sort of our almost first person view. But then the other guy that jumped before, he's watching us from third person perspective, like how we see Brian here. And I saw a video recently where there was a guy who his job was to do that, to be the third person camera angle for people diving out. And he legit forgot to put on his parachute and jumped out. So you can guess what happened. He fucking died. And yeah, they show his first person perspective because his camera survived the fall and they were able to retrieve the footage and it was eventually posted on YouTube. And yeah, like the dude, you know, he grabs onto the outside of the plane as it's in midair and, you know, they start counting down and he lets go. And then, you know, he's filming the guys and just like with my video, I have it. They're like, all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They pull the chute and the guy sees him. And then, you know, he looks down and he's like, all right, time to pull mine. And the moment you notice the moment he realizes he forgot it because he reaches back and obviously there's nothing there. There's no parachute. And he realizes it because you see the camera just start going because he goes into a full panic as he just realized what happened and what's about to happen because of that. And eventually it just stops and he just keeps falling gently. And it's assumed that he probably passed out at that point from the panic of realizing he has no fucking parachute and he's gonna die. But yeah, accidents happen. No matter how safe an activity might be, there's always that chance you might be that one person that doesn't come out of it unscathed or alive. So now that I have this value orientation of, hey, maybe I could potentially live for another 500 years if I actually take care of myself, and with advancements in science and technology, maybe I should not just live my life like I know that I'm going to die. Yeah, I would not do it again. I'm not going to do it again. Definitely not worth it, no.
You know, feel these kind of emotions.
But again, at the time, I didn't care because I was actually kind of depressed and was like, whatever. But also because of that whole accepting death as being inevitable thing.
It's like you YOLO your way to your decision making. You're gonna say, well, if I'm gonna die anyways, I might as well live my best life or have the right this or, you know, feel these kind of emotions. But when you're at this critical stage of evolution, it's an invitation that all of our existing ideas about reality are no longer true. all of our preferences, all of our norms, all of our imaginations, all of the social, cultural things we've learned about existence, they're antiquated. They would be laughable from the 25th century perspective. They'd say like, they were so fixated on that moment, they couldn't see this new emergent thing. And that's the invitation. And so the reason why taking it to physics and math is important is because it's a language that AI can speak, right?
Science.
AI is fundamentally math. It's fundamentally matrix multiplication. It's fundamentally a language that it can exist in. So you're bridging the world of human narrative with mathematics and physics.
It's the language of the universe, really. It's a giant mathematical equation, like I said.
And it kind of brings all things together in some kind of comprehensive framework that intelligence can cooperate upon.
So do you define not dying as this physical form, this heart, these lungs, blah, 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 blah? Or is don't die, and this is where it can get tricky, also AI figuring out how to upload your consciousness into a system where you don't actually need a body, but then it still views you as alive because your consciousness is still computating, there's still thought processes within an environment that's just not your body. So it's like, are you saying don't die as in your exact form right now, you know?
Yeah.
Or is it esoteric and it's in this consciousness form that's in silicon or crystal, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, no one knows. So it'd be like in germ theory, it'd be like, okay, so if this is the basic principle, what do we do with it? Would we ever swallow it? Or do we want to kill all of it? Or can we have a good or bad? Like, yeah, like
But
so.
what if you feel that your soul's eternal? So it doesn't necessarily matter if I die today or tomorrow.
Right.
However, while I'm here, I want to live the most fulfilled
Yeah,
time in the healthiest form
yeah.
that I'm here.
So the beauty about don't die is that most ideologies in the world are no but, right? They say, we are correct and you are wrong. And you need to adhere to my lifestyle or my system, my political system or my economic system or my religious framework. Don't.
And if you don't, I'll kill you. Yeah, that's that's how wars start, literally.
Die says, great. Like, if you believe your soul's eternal and you believe there's an afterlife, wonderful. Still, you don't want to die right now. Right? So that's how the world has. The
Well,
world
you
has
want to be.
kind
I want to be as healthy as I can until the moment that I die.
Yeah. So every like very few religious people who believe in an afterlife actually want to die right now. You know, like humanity has solved this idea that it's like even though we don't have.
You can hear religious. I have religious fanatics in my life, sadly, and yeah, you'll hear them talk about how great heaven's going to be and that they're so glad that they're right with God so that they can be there, but they're never in a rush to get there. And they conveniently will, say, oh, well, the Bible or God says that, you're not supposed to commit suicide and yada yada. But you can tell that's not really the reason. Like, when I see these people in my life say that, I'm like, no, you're just scared of death like everybody else. You don't want to die. It's like you're just trying to convince yourself you're okay with your inevitable death somewhere down the line because, oh, I'm going to go to heaven and be with God and all this stuff is going to be great. But yet every single day, you're still getting up and eating, taking care of yourself to a certain extent and trying not to die. You're still pushing that back as far as possible despite how much you talk it up. That's what he's saying, is there's still, at this moment, very few religious people, no matter how much they think heaven's going to be awesome, or know that heaven's going to be awesome. That's the kind of ego I have to deal with sometimes with these people. They still don't want to die. They're still in no rush to get there. You can still see it in their face that they're like, oh yeah, we're supposed to live our life virtuously, and then God takes us when He's ready. But you can still see it on their face. They just don't want to die. They still don't want to die. Because they know it's a fucking gamble. No matter how strongly they believe in it, they know it's a goddamn gamble that there might not actually be a fucking afterlife and that when they die, that's it. I think deep down inside, they never actually escape that looming reality that might be it. So they don't want to die either.
Evidence for an afterlife. We don't know if it exists or not.
Oh, thank you, Brian.
Actually want to die right now. Humanity has solved this idea that it's like, even though we don't have evidence for an afterlife, we don't know if it exists or not. But humans have constructed many stories of like, there's this kind of heaven and that kind of thing. And so humans believe that, that's great. And you can believe that, that and don't die at the same time. They're not in conflict.
Yeah.
So this is why it's so productive, is that
It bridges
don't die
differences.
is minimizing risk of violence and war.
Yeah, it's bridging differences, because that's what causes violence and war. Like you were saying, it's finding a common thread that everybody can agree on. Is I don't want to die right now. And when tomorrow comes, most of us who are still alive by then will say the same thing. I don't want to die right now. And it just keeps repeating itself. Every single day you're alive, you don't actually want to die. You want to keep living. And so then it's just, if you can just extend that forever or for as long as possible, you create that sort of the groundwork for a much better value system that is conducive towards long-term sustainability and, longevity, essentially.
You're trying to get a system that says, like, let's devise a way where the fewest vectors for death and violence can happen. Now, this is still, like, even if you say yes to don't die, immediately you have all kinds of ethical, like, you have complications. If you have $1 for don't die, who gets the $1? So you immediately have problems, like, right off the bat. So it's not that it's just like this utopia problem solving, but directionally it's correct.
But if we're continually giving birth, then how are we going to
The human population.
support everyone not dying?
Yeah.
And resources.
Don't die doesn't solve all outstanding questions. It just simply says,
It's just a good question to have.
yeah, in this moment, so the first thought experiment was basically to say, like, we as a species, we know a lot of things, and sometimes we take our knowing a bit too far. The second thought experiment says not knowing is actually an incredibly powerful form of intelligence. In fact, wisdom right now in the 2024 may be those who realize that not knowing is the highest degree of intelligence that a human can occupy. It's no longer knowing. Because knowing, basically people
Limits you, right?
who apply their models now, like, given that we can't model the world out, people who robustly know and predict are actually demonstrating their ignorance.
Or think they know.
They think they know,
They
and
might
they
not
don't.
know, but they think they know, and then they're limiting
Exactly.
their thoughts.
So this is the biggest shift of human intelligence is
Something that Jacques Fresco, the founder of the Venus Project over there, what he said is that the hardest thing for people to say is I don't know. And that's something that if you want to be a true scientist, you have to actually embrace that. That's what he's talking about right now. Like, you have to embrace that everything you think you know could be completely fucking wrong. Yeah, 100%. If you stop, what did I just say? Well, not just now, but like a while ago. What did I say about that quote from that one NPC and that one character in FF7 Rebirth? The important thing is you constantly question and challenge your own beliefs. If you fail to do that, the answers will forever elude you. You always have to keep an open mind and consider that you might be wrong about anything or everything, excuse me. And this is why a true scientist who does exactly that sucks at debating. Sucks at debating and arguing with anyone because there's always that looming sense of what if they're right and I'm wrong. And if you want to, quote unquote, win a debate, whatever that's supposed to do in terms of being constructive, it's not most of the time. You have to have solid conviction for whatever your argument is, basically. You have to act like what he's saying. Somebody who, quote, knows or thinks they know and is blinded by ignorance, that's how you have to act. If you want to win a debate, is you have to pretend that you know everything and that your argument is objectively the correct one, like it's a fact. And then you have to argue with that kind of fervor, that kind of like, I'm right and here's why. And even if, you're completely wrong, you have to make it sound like it's absolutely correct by being very stern and affirmative. I mean, just look up any debate. It's like that. Like, it's literally just a war of saying I'm right and you're wrong because of X or Y reason. And it's literally just what he's saying. It's just people blind to their ignorance, trying to act like they have all the answers, essentially. And that's why a real scientist who embraces the fact that they don't know and that everything they know could be proven wrong at any given moment, because that is how science has always evolved. Someone who embraces that doesn't make a good debater, because they'll always be doubting themselves and thinking, well, what if they are right? What if I'm wrong? So it doesn't make them an idiot by any means. Actually, like he says, it makes them a lot smarter. It means you're smart if you can admit you don't know.
We've always imagined they think they know,
They
and
might
they
not
don't.
know, but they think they know, and then they're limiting their
Exactly.
their thoughts.
So this is the biggest shift of human intelligence is we've always imagined the highest intellect is knowing. That's who we respect and we defer to. This is one of a unique time where not knowing quickly moves into the more powerful position.
Sadly, you would hope that would be true in like something like politics, but we got somebody pretending they have all the answers who's literally about to go into office for the second time, even after they've already demonstrated their infinite ignorance on so many things for so many years, and yet he got elected again. It's like, you would hope that somebody admitting they don't know something or being more open-minded would be the people that get into like leadership positions or something, but no. People instead rally around the willfully or blindly ignorant people that pretend they have all the answers, because people want comfort. They want someone to tell them what to do. They want someone to pretend that they know what they're doing and what they're talking about, to tell them what to do, because they don't want to have to think in our current culture. Sadly, in our current society, it's how most people feel. That's why they're like, yeah, we need that guy because he's strong with conviction and yada yada. And yeah, it's a sad state of affairs. But anyway.
Highest intellect is knowing. That's who we respect and we defer to. This is one of a unique time where not knowing quickly moves into the more powerful position. Where you, by acknowledging that, you open your mind up to say there may be different ways to model reality than what I'm accustomed to. And so don't die is basically that, to say...
Yeah, people... A conservative mindset will be like, nah, fuck that. I know how it's supposed to be.
The intelligence is to know that literally I want one thing right now, is to not die.
Do you think algorithms will have the potential to understand loving as opposed to just don't die being like a, an equation, like how do I just not, but is there an actual like place
For the heart.
Yeah, for the concept of love within these algorithmic, and not like a mimicked version of love, but like a feeling,
The data I like on this is that every time a human has made a prediction that AI can't do something, AI does that thing.
So far.
Consistently. And so I look at that and I think it's reasonable to imagine it will do all things.
Yeah.
So Brian, just to like sum up what you're saying is if we had our whole...
So like Detroit Become Human is not too far-fetched. Like maybe humans and androids / AI in general can actually have relationships with each other that are actually real and not just some kind of imitated algorithmic sort of love / relationship, which is in the current state of AI being as primitive as it is at the point that it's at right now. That's kind of what it is. Like there are people having like relationships with like chatbots, but right now it is just a crude algorithm just telling you what you want to hear, that kind of thing. But he's saying maybe one day it actually will be able to be like an actual real person, and there will be love that can spark between a person and AI or something. Because he's saying that so far, consistently, it has been able to do anything people think that it can't. So if that trend does continue, it's not too far-fetched to think, yeah, it is reasonable that it could happen. Surprised they never showed an example of that in Detroit Become Human, because they ask you that. They ask you that in a questionnaire if you think this could happen. Like, would you have a relationship with an android? Things like that. But that's never actually explored in the story. The story just focuses, like, all the main characters are just androids. There's only one, like, main-ish character, he's not really, that's human. Most of the humans are just kind of supporting characters, and the main characters are just androids. So they never explore that. Yeah, they never explore that at all. They show, like, androids being in love with each other, but they never show what it might be like if a human and an android were in love with each other. They never showed. I was surprised that they never explored that even a little bit in that video game, considering what they talked about.
Imagine it will do all things.
Yeah.
So Brian, just to like sum up what you're saying is if we had our whole like one question or one quest that we're all looking at is do not die, we would unite as humanity and as AI is kind of what you're hypothesizing?
Yeah, exactly. So like practically what this means, and why we did the BioAge testing tonight is, so over the past 4 years, I asked that question, like, is the craziest question in existence right now, are we the first generation to not die? And then if you say, what does that look like? I've tried to become the most don't die person in human history. What does that look like? So if you say on a daily basis, every one of us dies a little bit, right? We age. And then there are things that accelerate the aging process. Like if I breathe polluted air, I die a little faster. If I eat junk food, I die a little faster. If I eat fried food, I die a little faster. If I sleep poorly, I die a little faster. So we try to isolate and say, what are all the things that increase the rate of death and the progression of disease? And we tried to stop all those things or minimize those things. And then we said, what are all the ways I've already died, being a 43-year-old person, and how do you reverse the aging damage? Now in doing this, we've achieved the best health markers of anybody on planet Earth in 4 years' time to show that you can go through a systematic process of measuring die. And so you came in, you saw the air quality, we have water quality, we did bio-age tests, you had your foods, tested foods, so you're seeing this at play. And so it makes sense that when people look at me right now, they say, that guy's really weird. Like, he really should spend more time doing blank and blank. What they're doing is they're applying their current 2024 model of reality, and I'm different than that reality. But they don't realize that what I'm trying to demonstrate is a new model of existence that doesn't exist yet, where you would do anything just to secure existence. Because the play space, like if we can get past this moment of not destroying ourselves, if we can get past this moment to stabilize AI to some degree, whatever that means, the play space for us may be 1,000,000 times bigger than what it is right now. If you like zoom out and you say, okay, there's two basic ideas on why is there not intelligent existence in this part of the, why can't we detect intelligent existence? So the dark forest theory says that when a civilization becomes sufficiently intelligent, it immediately hides itself. It doesn't want to be threatened by other civilizations that are intelligent. The other argument is the great filter argument, which is...
I never heard that before. That kind of makes sense. I mean, imagine if there are other intelligent civilizations out there and they're looking at us right now. Like they have telescopes or maybe some unimaginable technology we can't even fathom to be able to see across the entire universe, and they see what we're doing. Would you want to be found? Like, would you want to be discovered considering humanity's track record right now? Like, they might be hearing me say this and they're like, that guy gets it. Like, this is exactly why we don't want to be found by all motherfuckers, because you guys are extremely savage, primitive, violent motherfuckers that are just going to threaten us. So, no, we don't want you to know we even exist. Which is why we haven't... That might be the reason we haven't found anything when looking for intelligent life out there, you know? It could be the real reason we don't see or hear radio waves from anywhere else. I think they have caught a few, but they haven't been able to interpret what they say, and it's only been like in passing. You know, a few lingering radio waves that seem to be like radio waves. They could just be something else, but traveling through space, and they've just like come and gone past our planet. But it's been so sparse and so scarce.
When someone's sufficiently intelligent.
Oh, also, speaking of following, you know, a routine for avoiding death and all that, this is more on the minor side thing, but it is time for me to take melatonin because I gotta go to bed soon, so 1 second. I've been following Blueprint for just over a year, so it's not necessarily part of the essential protocol, but it is something I found to optimize my sleep. That's one you guys probably didn't hear, but I have an alarm set for when to take melatonin so I can get the best sleep. There we go.
It immediately hides itself. It doesn't want to be threatened by other civilizations that are intelligent. The other argument is the great filter argument, which is when civilizations reach a certain point of technological advance, they kill themselves.
I've heard this. And sadly, all the evidence points to us heading in that direction right now, which is why this is a very critical moment, as Brian is saying.
It can't punch through. And so whether those are like two general approximations on how to think about it, whether there are civilizations that have punched through and now they just hide themselves, or whether there's been other civilizations like us, they get to a certain point, and we know this like from our experiences, our willingness to destroy ourselves and each other and the planet, right? Like it's like we have these tendencies. Yeah. And so we can see a scenario where
I'll just have a French fry.
Exactly. We blow
What's that gonna hurt?
We blow it.
I'm gonna live in the moment.
So could we, like on a galactic scale, is it possible that we are potentially one of the first intelligent civilizations ever that has the opportunity to punch through, and then when others reach this stage, they don't identify that their existing systems, which were built when they were much more primitive, didn't map to when they became on the verge of giving birth to superintelligence of whatever form that is. And this could be the defining moment for us as a species. We actually get this right and punch through and make this transition.
Do you think all species, let's say hypothetically that from any other planet, will always follow this destiny path of creating superintelligence? Do you think it's like in the evolutionary playbook that it's like a butterfly thing, like we're creating, you know what I mean? Or do you think we're unique in that?
Yes, there's many really interesting theories on whether all these systems are identical. There's some really great arguments. So I don't know, but there's interesting arguments that these systems are universal. They play throughout the galaxy, that we're made of the same matter. I don't know, but it's a really fun thought experiment.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting. It's a super interesting thought process. And I think I've always found it super interesting to look at the startup ecosystem and realize the very limited number of people, of entrepreneurs, that choose to spend their time on death. It's a very small subset of people that want to wake up every day and think about human existence. And so as you were talking, I think this movement around longevity and it being something positive is such a different spin and way of extending existence, is a really interesting way of looking at things, but actually doing the work around that, having a handful of highly motivated individuals to combine with this kind of superhuman ability. I think it places society at a really interesting position, both from the intersection of so many things, but also just from, I think, a big part of human existence is not wanting to grapple with this question on a day-to-day basis. So
you run away from it.
Yeah, Brian, I would love to get your perspective on this. So let's say, really, it's like, at what point is a human a human?
Mm-hmm.
If a woman was carrying a child, and I don't want to get too controversial here, but I may want to. If a woman was carrying a child and her life was in jeopardy, right? And she could either, let's say she wanted to sacrifice her life in order for her child to live, or if her life was in jeopardy, and that would mean that would be the end of the child's life. I don't want anybody to feel like they have to answer that question, but that's just in terms of life and death, in terms of sacrificing your life for another or taking the life of another in order for you to live on.
As a mother, I would definitely want my children to live. I would be like, I'd be like, take me.
Because our biological.
So I think he's pretty much just asking, like, where do you draw the line on situations like that do happen, basically, when trying to apply the don't die concept to everything, basically.
Well, it is not to die, but our also biological purpose, why we're on planet Earth, is to reproduce.
And to procreate,
it is
in order
what
for
drives
that
us
next
as
generation
a species.
to live on.
Yes.
Like, there's no question.
And being a mom,
You just
will
like,
do
of
anything
course.
to make sure that your offspring does not die.
Yeah.
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 That's admirable.
I'm like, take me, don't take them.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then what he was asking is basically if the child and the mother are both in danger and only one of them can live. Like, say, an ectopic pregnancy. Well, actually, that's probably not a good example, because if it's an ectopic pregnancy, it's like either the child is aborted or they both die. There's no saving both of them. Yeah, it's either they both die or just the child. There is no other way out of that, unfortunately. If the woman doesn't get an abortion with an ectopic pregnancy, they're both gonna die. Because the fetus can't just grow inside of her fallopian tubes or whatever it's called. But in a situation where one of them can be saved and it can be either or, I think is what he's asking. How would you apply that? That is an interesting question. Or like, what would be the appropriate choice there when applying don't die, right? Because you're supposed to, the value of it is to take care of yourself, but also each other, the planet, and AI. So I think that's why he's asking Brian about this. Like, how would don't die be able to solve that? Most likely, I'm guessing he's probably going to say he doesn't know. Most likely because he just said it earlier. Don't die is not this utopian solve for everything. Like it's not gonna give us all the answers in and of itself. Basically, it's just kind of a starting point to get our values oriented in the right direction, basically, and then build from there and see what happens.
So one way you can think about this is like when the U.S. was 13 colonies, and they said the British monarch is doing an okay job, but we think we can do a better job. We think by voting in our own representatives and having our own tax code and making decisions, we're going to be better than the monarch. And so they adopted a new framework of governance, democracy. Now, in that moment, they didn't have all the questions answered. They didn't know how they're going to solve federal rights and state rights, how they're going to solve who gets to vote and when. They had slavery to solve. Like, there was all these complicated questions to solve. And it wasn't that they just said, we know what to do. They just said, we're going to directionally point there. Like, we're going to become a system of this democratic rule. And so it's now taken us over 200 plus years. We're still fighting. Like, what is a democratic society? And so the same is true with Don't Die. Right? There's relevant Don't Die ethics, and this is one. Like, if a mother if her life is in danger, right? Many people are going to express the opinion that Miranda said, which is great. Like that's a new ethical framework working within Don't Die. So it's not necessarily critical that we solve those, because those are basically unsolvable problems as it relates to a person's decision making. But it's trying to point in a direction to say, yes, we have a lot of complexity in our hands. Totally agree. Also, like what we're doing now may not be adequate, and we do want to point ourselves with this new system of being, and we get working on that. So just as a species, it's like practically, like you could imagine Don't Die very easily implemented into society. So like this conversation, you can see it took us about an hour to arrive here where you're just barely open to this new idea, but you're still swirling with all your thoughts, right? It's very complicated, and you're mapping old ideas onto new ideas, and it creates all this internal tension. So let me give you some practical ways where it could just easily flow into society. So based upon what
but basically what he's saying, because he's about to go off on a tangent about this, but what he's just said there is that Don't Die is just, like I just said, it's just a starting point. It's a value orientation. It's just orienting our values in that direction. That doesn't mean you're suddenly going to have all the answers for everything. That doesn't suddenly mean, oh, now we know how to solve everything. That's his point. It's just a starting point. It's just getting us going in the right direction so that hopefully we can eventually find, the answers we're looking for these complicated questions. But that doesn't mean that Don't Die in and of itself just automatically solves them all. It's just pointing us in the right direction.
What I've been doing at Don't Die, we're measuring all my biomarkers, we're quantifying that. Now you can bridge that to something tangible like smoking a cigarette costs someone 11 minutes of life on average. There's variance according to the person's genetics. Like some people can smoke all their life and not die. So like there's variance, but generally speaking, 11 minutes of life to smoke a cigarette. Now let's take that same principle and say, let's score a school lunch of a child in America. Okay, so let's say
See, it's not that different from what I was saying about, the Zeitgeist movement and everything. It's a train of thought. This is why this wasn't too hard for me to grasp, because it's not something you just sign up for on paper and then it's done. It's a way of thinking, a train of thought, a value orientation that gets you approaching problems in a very different way from the way you would approach them with traditional forms of thought, or the way our culture is structured now, basically. It's just a different way of thinking and approaching problem solving, and that is what he's explaining here.
Generally speaking, 11 minutes of life to smoke a cigarette. Now let's take that same principle and say, let's score a school lunch of a child in America. Okay, so let's say you're a school teacher, so they're eating pizza and chocolate milk in a plastic lined container.
Dry process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we can do some approximations on what is a die score. So the child eats that. We are feeding our kids die. Mm-hmm. Now, you can change that.
That's why in the system of the schools, this is where this should start.
Exactly. Yes. So that is so practical. We understand. It's one thing where if you say, hey, so-and-so, like smoking's not good for you, they'll say, fuck off, I like to smoke, and I'm living my best life. I'm gonna live how I want to. If you say, we're feeding our kids die, it's very hard to really encourage that. So that's something.
Most people are gonna have a hard time trying to defend that. and being like, no, well, I want my kids to die. They should keep eating that shit. It's like nobody's, unless you're a fucking psychopath. I mean, if somebody says that, they'll probably have Child Protective Services called on their ass. They'll be like, dude, that guy's probably mistreating the fuck out of his kids, you know? So that is a good point, yeah. If you say it that way, they'll be like, oh no. But you'll see parents say, do as I say, not as I do. They're basically giving themselves an excuse to live in a debaucherous, self-destructive manner, but they're trying to protect their kids from doing the same thing. And they think that by just saying, don't do this even though I do it, that's going to do it. No, it's not. It's a whole different conversation altogether. They're going to follow your example, not how you... But like the point was to say that it's easier to convince someone of something like this, an idea like this, if you kind of, you know... if you point at, do you want your kids to go through this, basically? Like if you bring attention to their children, they likely won't argue with you. But if you say them, they're like, oh, like, you know, I want to live my life however I want. You know, it definitely is, yeah, it's definitely easier if you if you focus instead on like their family members or especially their children, then people will kind of come around and be like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. I want what's best for my kids. I don't want them eating shit or smoking, even though I do it, you know?
Very practical, right? I want to, if you say, we're feeding our kids die, it's very hard to, you know, really encourage that.
Yeah.
So that's something that's very practical, right? You can also say, a politician can try to earn office by saying, my district has the best health markers because of the changes we've made to air quality and water quality and community health services and our availability of clean foods and tested foods. So they can campaign on the idea of life. So it doesn't have to be don't die. And the only reason why I go back to don't die is it just needs to be mathematically correct. It needs to be based upon physics.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's too fragile of an idea.
Yes.
So, but otherwise, you know, as the world doesn't need to understand the philosophy. They don't need to go through the thought experiment of knowing and not knowing. They don't need to assess whether systems are good or bad. They just want to look and feel and be their best. Yeah. They can adhere to the don't die philosophy by doing what they do today. And so this is really an attempt to say changing societal systems. This is not asking individuals to be superhuman in their discipline. This is to say, as a species, we lock in to build that. And so you could basically take what I've done with my body. So we measure the biological age of all my organs, we apply the scientific evidence, we look at data. You do the same thing with planet Earth. Mm-hmm. So now you measure Earth with 1 billion data points. You say, okay, what is actually a biosphere that supports humans on the planet? Mm-hmm. It's an emergent science, right? Like what is an appropriate coral reef environment? Mm-hmm. What is the appropriate marine environment? What kind of toxins are okay in our food supply chain? How much pollution should be in the air? You can quantify some things, and as you get out further and further, there's less certainty, but you can basically approach Earth as a scientific experiment where we say we are going to make Earth a sustainable, safe place for us. Because the problem right now is that
Thank you. I told you, it's just repackaged sustainability advocacy. There it is. He literally succinctly summarized everything I rambled about like half an hour ago, or it's just been like an hour to 2 hours ago whenever I said that, all that shit about what, yeah, again, if you look at Zeitgeist Moving Forward, released in 2011, it's publicly available on YouTube for free to watch still, 25 million views on it. You go to part 3 of that, the last like third of it, I think there's 4 parts to that movie, it's like almost 3 hours, so you go to the third part, so just after, a little bit after the halfway point, exactly what Brian just described is what happens. He literally, the narrator / producer of the movie literally goes into a thought experiment of saying, how can we create a sustainable planet Earth, a sustainable economic and societal structure on every level. And he said, well, you'd start by taking stock of our resources and our biosphere, measuring everything with data, extracting data by doing a survey, using our technology to survey the planet's resources, its biosphere, what areas can be inhabited, which areas are best for producing crops, which areas are best for this or that, X, Y, whatever you take stock of all that, and then you build around that logic to create the most sustainable society possible, basically, so that the resources don't run out, so that the air isn't polluted, so that the environment is conducive to life and longevity, sustainability, basically. And it just goes through it step by step by step. Pretty much exactly how Brian just summarized it, using, you know, science and math to quantify everything. And yeah, it's actually a very practical solution to arrive at with that way of thinking, you know?
Treat planet Earth as a scientific experiment where we say we are going to make Earth a sustainable, safe place for us. Because the problem right now is that we treat planet Earth the same way we treat our bodies. That relationship is identical.
So do you think we start with food and then get people caring about their own bodies first, and then it starts to go big picture into the planet? Like, what do you think is the easiest, I mean, easy is the wrong word, but just like most appropriate, like, yeah, thing to go at?
Children are what really are the future, obviously, right? Like, they're the ones that are paving the way. So starting with children, learning that way, because they're not educated, that's why they're not doing better if they're not educated. Like, I talk to my kids all the time.
So then you're saying
about the food
education
choices
is the
they
first
make.
thing we should like.
Yeah, education, I would say. Because when you're educated and you know better, then you do better. But if you're uneducated, you're just living blindly and you don't even realize the damage you're doing. You're like, ooh, this cupcake tastes delicious.
And just to go on everything that you're saying is, like, if we learn how to get kids to use data to drive their own decisions, they get to make those decisions for themselves. But we also have to have systems in place for that data to even be,
Yeah.
to make
Even
a
be
difference.
evaluated.
Yeah, like when,
Right.
like when Miranda,
It's all based on systems theory too. The resource-based economy concept that I just touched on, talking about the third part of that movie, talking about how you would redesign the planet to be sustainable. It's all based on systems theory, which is essentially what Blueprint is. That's exactly what Blueprint is. What Brian made with Blueprint, that is, it's a system that guides you on how you're supposed to live and eat, to not die, essentially, to live the longest life possible, highest quality of life possible.
buying food for her family. She's like when
Right.
when Miranda's buying food for her family, she's not going to be able to see the third-party lab results
Right.
of every single thing. So Miranda needs to have confidence that she's going to buy food from a system that is producing the fewest number of contaminants possible. So
Ironically, I've actually tested a lot of the food that we have.
so you've seen the same thing I have. Which is
Yes.
just-
Right, but most people can't do that. Most people can't even afford it, and it's something that I think this is where he's going. Is that that's something we need to advocate for change, is to have more transparency for that stuff. Otherwise, you know, people can't make informed decisions.
Like it's
Like a lot of lead,
Yes.
cadmium, there's mercury.
yes.
Like in food that you think is healthy and organic,
Exactly.
and that people are buying in these health food stores.
It's
Exactly.
fucking up your brain. It's fucking up your body. Mercury and lead literally cause brain damage. So yeah, we're literally slowly killing ourselves, because we're not, you know, pushing for more transparency in what's in our foods and forcing changes to how it's produced so that we don't have that toxic shit.
Exactly right.
They're not
Right.
what they say they are.
That is so accurate.
And a lot of the time, even these companies don't realize.
I mean, I just came back from India, and India is better off solving its air quality than it is curing all cancer. They would extend lives more. And the interesting thing was nobody wears a mask.
It's normal.
Nobody has air purifiers. People go out and run and exercise. They are
But they have no other
completely-
choice,
they've
right?
But they've completely normalized. And so when we were going around, I carried an air purifier with me. Like, it was a big system. I carried it with me every
Do you
place
have the
I
little
went.
one?
I want to see a video of this shit. Just holding it like a boombox in the 80s, dude. Just trying to breathe from it.
You can wear a little one, right?
Yeah, but we need to clean the it with me every
Do you
place
have the
I
little
went.
one? I think you can wear a little one, right?
Yeah, but we need to clean the entire room.
Yeah.
So I would I'd show up to our meetings with this gigantic air purifier, and then we had all these monitors. But it was, then I come back to the U.S. So it's not just India. I come back to the U.S. The U.S. 42% of adults are obese. So we have a similar air pollution problem
With obesity.
We've normalized obesity just like they've normalized air quality. Yeah, exactly. It's what I've been saying over and over. It's our current zeitgeist. It needs to move. You know, this, like, we've normalized shit that's horrible for us, that's destructive to our health, our lives, and our planet, yeah.
Obesity.
Yeah.
And so we're 13th worst in the world. And so we're just blind to these realities. And so it's to your question,
But they're not educated. Like, people don't know, like, they don't know the specifics. If I'm going to eat this, it will, you know, prevent me from living this amount. I mean, some of that data is coming out, but it's not mainstream, and it's not something that children are learning about.
Also,
No.
like India has like 2-stroke engines everywhere, no catalytic converters in their cars. Like the air quality is so bad because of how many people are driving vehicles that essentially pollute. Like I saw it in Thailand, you know. Like
Yeah.
It's all scooters and,
Yeah.
you know.
So the invitation here is that we're inviting the entire world to build Don't Die at the same time. Like build it for kids, build it for food, build it for air, build it for clothing, build it for emergency systems, build it for AI.
It's a train of thought. It's a value orientation, and you build everything around that. Again, not that different.
Build it for antibiotics. Like take any and all fields of existence, psychology, sociology, ideology, like take any area of life and infuse it with a new structural change of Don't Die.
We're living
Yep.
at the optimal, right?
Yeah, you just rewrite society.
Yeah.
So it has to be this.
This is why when I met Brian in person, shit, I gotta find the picture, if I can. I posted it actually. Let me open this up. I can download a copy of this real quick. Might be able to just show it on stream. Let's see, where did I? Should be here. And wait, why is that there? I put that in a weird spot. Let's see. Oh, I didn't post it here. Oops, I must have forgotten to. Here, let me do a quick search real quick. Has wow, I don't know where I put it. Well, I know it's on my phone though, at least. Let me do another quick search over here. This is what I get for being lazy with this stuff. I have to disable that. As image, and then search term should be March 9th. They might have gotten rid of that section. Alright, I'll just show it from my phone then. At this point it'll be faster that way now. And then if I can find it, I'll post it on something I can download it to my computer later. Okay, so it should be February of 2024, I believe. Or was it January? I'm pretty sure it was February. Oh my god, I look like a ghost. This is hilarious. Alright, so is it better portrait-wise? Oh, dude, why did you exit the damn photo? There. And phone, I was just trying to flip it sideways. There it is. So, here, let me open up OBS real quick and see if what it looks like. So actually, Brian came to San Francisco for a Don't Die event in, was it March 9th of last year? Actually, I got to meet him there. I was like, hey, we took a photo together and everything. We were like, hey, anyway. So I talked to him, and the thing that I asked him was about you know, because I'd already gotten pretty familiar with this stuff. I'd already read his or listened to the audio version of his Don't Die book, and I'd asked him about like how we could sort of survive the, you know, the coming changes of society, especially like when with everything getting automated. You know, how would people be able to survive economically, basically, from losing their jobs to automation and yada yada stuff like that? How do we transition towards that sort of society where machines do all the work and algorithms guide our lives and we live much better, more happier, fulfilling lives that way? Yada yada. How do we transition there? Because obviously, with our current value system, you know, it's not going to pan out that way. People losing their jobs due to automation and stuff, it's going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of people, and people are going to be like starving and homeless and yada yada. So I was kind of like saying, how do we bridge that gap to that, you know, that sort of more technologically advanced, sustainable society? How do we go from point A to B? And he was, I mean, pretty in line with what he's saying here, how he doesn't know, but that Don't Die can guide us in that direction, basically. The way he said it, though, was he told me, he looked at me and he said, he was kind of surprised that I asked him that, because most people were just asking him like standard health questions about this or that therapy for longevity and yada yada. And I think my question kind of took him off guard for a second, because he was like, oh, finally somebody asking me something, you know, a little bit more like, I don't know what to call it, but like bigger picture thinking, sort of, I guess. And he was just kind of like, yeah, he's all, we're in for some rough times. And he said, and then he paused and said, like, the best thing I can do is like, or no, he didn't say it like that. I'm sort of paraphrasing, okay? But he basically said, he said for a fact, he said, we're in for some rough times. And then he said, what I'm trying to do is basically interject, like, as things continue to move forward, like kind of how I said, automation and AI and all this stuff, and the problems that it brings, as things continue to move forward and change really rapidly like that, is to just interject Don't Die into the zeitgeist, okay? Like into the culture of the times, and try to reorient like our culture, our society basically, towards Don't Die, and then basically go from there. So that was like kind of, and now that I'm seeing this video, it makes sense why he answered me that way, because that was basically his way of telling me, I don't know, but I'm trying to sort of give society, give the world a starting point, you know, a directional marker, a vector for where to go from here, so that, you know, we can pull through this without too many issues, hopefully, and before it's too late, basically. That was basically his way of telling me, like, I don't know. I know it's going to be rough. Like, he acknowledged, he said, we're in for some rough times. He looked at me straight and he was like, we're in for some rough times ahead, but hopefully this will get us through, basically. That was definitely the attitude, and it makes a lot more sense hearing what he's saying here now. Yeah. Oh shit, I was looking at the good thing spacebar is not a hotkey for stopping the recording. That would have sucked. Would have had to do post-production editing to combine the two clips.
Don't Die is not, use it with a new structural change of Don't Die.
We're living at the optimal, right?
Yeah, you just rewrite society. Yeah. So it has to be this. Don't Die is not a centralized organization with, you know, a leader that says do this and do that. It is saying
science.
As a species. Yeah, like this is everybody. AI, build it for antibiotics. Like take any and all fields of existence, psychology, sociology, ideology. Like take any area of life and infuse it with a new structural change of Don't Die.
We're living at the optimal, right?
Yeah, you just rewrite society. Yeah. So it has to be this. Don't Die is not a centralized organization with, you know, a leader that says do this and do that. It is saying
science.
As a species.
Yeah,
like this is, everybody has to do this and be this. We have to build new systems. We have to have new political systems, new economic systems. And so in the same way that capitalism works, because it's one number, is how much money do you have? And so whether you like it or not, everybody plays capitalism every single day. You can't avoid playing capitalism.
Yeah, sadly.
Don't Die is the exact same way. It's one number. And everybody plays Don't Die, whether they like it or not. And so it's very...
Yeah, we're all forced to. Capitalism is forced on us by our social structure. Don't Die is forced on us by nature itself, which is a much more powerful force. The laws of nature, they cannot be ignored. You have to eat or you die. That's a law of nature. And it doesn't care whether you're not able to get food because somebody is depriving you of it or not. If you don't eat, you die. Like, it's just, that's a hard and fast rule of nature, basically. But yeah, like what he's describing is true, yeah. Sadly, capitalism is forced on you if you live, you know, in a capitalist society. You can't avoid it. And nature is forced on everybody. Nature's laws, empirical laws, are forced on everybody, which is basically what Don't Die is recognizing that empirical, this is what you have to do to not die, so do it. You know, and how do you find out what you have to do to not die? You measure through science and math. You use science and math as tools, and whatever technology you have to find out what it is your body is supposed to be consuming or not consuming, what kind of air you're supposed to be breathing or not breathing, to find out how to not die, basically. That's the only resource we have, is science and technology, basically, for being able to adhere to nature's tyranny, essentially. Let me upload these real quick. 1, 2, 3. I found them. I had to scroll way down because March of 2024 was a long time ago. And I'll upload all these too, just because I have just enough space. And all right, those will finish uploading by the time we finish this. Then I'll, you know, maybe I'll flash them on screen or not.
Very friendly to numbers and systems and quantification. It gives humans a game to play, and everybody plays Don't Die, whether they like it or not. Yeah. And so it's very friendly to numbers and systems and quantification. It gives humans a game to play. Right? It's a status game. It's a power game. It's a infinite rabbit hole of fun. Like playing Don't Die. A lot of people think playing Don't Die is not fun. It's actually really fun. You're trying to rebuild society in new imaginative ways. And so that's what this conversation tonight is about. Is like, if we just retrace our steps, we're trying to zoom out on existence and have the clearest possible minds.
So it's don't die no matter what.
That was a hard edit.
Under any circumstance.
Well, it's so there's nuances, right? So like whether a mother's life is threatened, sure, that's a nuanced ethical situation, but like it's the gist of the direction, and then we build new ethical and social frameworks. So
yeah, because that's a good question because even just taking a different example, like I think what that guy was getting at when he said don't die no matter what. Now there was a hard edit there, so maybe the context is different, but just from his tone of voice, his vocal tone. His tone of voice said to me that he's kind of wondering, because I've also had this question, I can be honest about this, like, if you're in a situation where every single waking moment of your life, you're just in constant pain and torture, like a burn victim, you know, and there's no way to avoid that, and you're just in this immeasurable amount of suffering every single moment of every day, and you just want it to end. Should you still strive for existence at that point? You know, it's like, I think that's probably what he's getting at, because he's probably going to that extreme example in his head. I know some people would probably, you know, like I've thought about that too, and I'm just like, would it still be like you could keep doing whatever you can to stay alive, and obviously you're being assisted if we're taking the burn victim example, but there's numerous examples where like maybe you're just being tortured by somebody. Like, you could argue, okay, well, if you wait long enough, maybe we'll find a way to reverse the damage and then you won't be suffering anymore. But how long would you have to wait? Would you have the mental fortitude to survive mentally, you know, that long until there's a solution, a medical, scientifically derived solution to end your suffering and keep you alive? Would you be able to live long enough until then? You know, like imagine somebody 10 years ago still waiting on that. And every day is just agony from being like a full body burn. Their whole body is like 3rd-degree burns or something. You know what I mean? Like, how long would you be able to last before you're just like, I don't want to fucking, you know, live anymore. I'm done. Like, I just can't stand this. So I'm guessing that's what Brian's getting at with like, there's nuance to it because, well, who knows, right? Who knows what he might say about this? Like, that's just the context I imagine he asked that question in, because that's something I actually, you know, that is a question mark for me as well. I was like, would I want to keep going if I was in like that kind of, I know it's an extreme example, but it does happen to some people. You know, would I want to keep going and have the mental fortitude to wait until there's some way to reverse the damage, which could take decades, you know, like every day like that? I don't know if my mind would survive that. Now, maybe there'd be a way to reverse that too, right? Reverse the brain damage from that kind of suffering. But what would keep you from just wanting to end it all in the meantime, just to get to that point? You know, what if you never do? What if it never happens? Oof. Yeah, I can definitely get complex and nuanced, yeah.
Whether a mother's life is threatened, that's a nuanced ethical situation, but like it's the gist of the direction, and then we've built new ethical and social frameworks.
So let's say that a freak accident and you're a vegetable and you're...
Did I call it or what? I could tell. Look, he's looking at me. I could tell, dude. I knew just from the tone of his voice, I knew that's where he was going. The freak accident, he's talking about somebody who became a vegetable. It's not too different from what I said. A burn victim is pretty much a vegetable too, if it's like full body 3rd-degree burns. If you somehow survive that, you're done. You're just a vegetable, yeah. See, so I knew just the way he said that at that jump cut, that edit. I was like, that's totally what he's gonna ask him, and here it is. I fucking called it, man.
Your son has to make a call.
Yeah.
Do you say, hey, I am no longer productive in society, I am, completely wiped down, whatever, pull the plug.
Yeah.
He's going into debt because of medical costs.
Yeah.
That's a different way to look at it too. Is the strain it'll take on like your family and friends if they have to pay for you to be there. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, what do you do under that scenario?
Yeah. So these are new ethics. It's a complicated question. There's no right or
That's
wrong
not
answer.
living optimally, is it?
I mean, I would say, I have no problem to say, hey, I'm done. Like,
No, I mean,
but
I was making
I guess
a joke
that's
about the don't die.
Yeah. So this is like there's endless ethical contemplations. There's the trolley problem.
That
right?
seemed odd.
What does the algorithm do? And so it really is not that we know what to do. It's just that the direction is identified. When we really think about it, the thing we all care about.
Again, just a frame of thought or a train of thought. Sorry, value orientation. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that in and of itself, don't die just has all the answers. Yeah, that's not what it is.
About the very most is not dying at the very moment. Right? And once you're not dead, you of course can make decisions on how you spend you're not dead, but that's really what we agree upon. And so hopefully this conversation was at least like opened the door to your thought process. I think this is the most consequential conversation on planet Earth. Nothing is of greater importance. There is no political drama or economic situation or social or moral ethical framework, or there's no cultural war. Nothing is more important than this conversation. And you can say either the status quo is working for us and we're gonna like bet on that, or we can say there's an opening for a new thought process. As far as I'm aware, there's no current framework of the species on what we do. Status quo just has it. This is, as far as I'm aware, the only practical, comprehensive approach of how we rethink our existence that could actually work in this moment.
Yeah, we have to redesign society under a new set of values, which is to not die, to not go extinct. Yep. It's nothing new. Well, for me, again, for people that really got it, who like were first introduced to the ideas of sustainability and all that, yeah. So this is what I'm saying, is that the difference is just like between the Venus Project and the Zeitgeist movement and Don't Die. The difference really is just the approach. Like the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project just goes more into detail. Like it starts taking the train of thought of avoiding extinction into lots of details about, okay, here's how we can, use science and technology to redesign our society in the most optimal way. And Brian's saying, okay, yeah, that's great, but let's just take a step back and first just try to get people on board with the idea of avoiding death in the first place. Before we start going into the details, like start from step 0, not step 1, step 0, and then we go to step 1, step 2, step 3. Like the most important thing at this point in time is to get everybody on the same page first. To get everybody to want to not die first. And then everything just sort of expands out from that 1, 0. 1, 2, 3, 0 eventually becomes 1, and then 1 becomes 2, and then 3. It's not to quote, I'm like sort of almost paraphrasing Metal Gear Solid 4 or whatever, right? When Big Boss talks about that 0 will eventually become 1, and then eventually it'll become 100. But you get what I'm saying. Like it spans out from that beginning starting point, but you have to get everybody first on board with that starting point, that direction, before you can start really going into the details in a way that they can understand it. First, they have to understand the direction, basically. And that's why he's saying that this conversation is the most important thing, because people have to come to that realization first, that that is where our values should be. That is where we should be looking. That is the direction we should be moving in as a society. And then, you know, from there, you can be like, okay, so here's the best way to not die in this respect. We do this, we got to change this about our social structure, and then this about our economic structure and our political structure. This has to change to this because this is shown to be more effective. You know, like the examples I gave earlier about wealth inequality. That's been shown to be the biggest predictor of negative health outcomes in our society, including lifespan. So if you're serious about wanting to extend your lifespan as much as possible, like Brian is, your focus would naturally go towards ending wealth inequality. Because the evidence is all there. Like, that is a huge cause of short-term lifespans, and that is why our lifespans are actually decreasing on this planet now. One of the many reasons. And you know, wealth inequality causes obesity and all these other negative health outcomes as well. That all of that, you know, contributes towards shorter lifespans and lower quality of life. So, but yeah, you have to start from here, basically. You have to start from realizing that you don't want to die, and realizing that no one wants to. In this moment right now, no one wants to die. You know, and pretty much every single day that passes, like 99% of the population is still on board with the idea of not dying in that moment. So it's just every single day, it's just, okay, I don't want to die today either. So let's keep working towards minimizing causes of death and, you know, health risks and stuff that lead towards death.
So with that said, why don't we do a quick wrap with each of you can offer your observations on, like, what are you leaving tonight? What's on your mind? And what will you continue to think about in the coming days?
Mm-hmm.
It's either you or I.
Yeah, I get started if you want. I get started.
I like how a lot of the first responses always come from the people sitting closest to Brian. It's almost like they kind of feel like they're obligated to go first, you know, because they're really close to him.
Okay. Well, okay. I think I live a pretty healthy lifestyle, and I'm just realizing, like, dude, you're doing it a lot more healthy than me. So I'm like, whoa, okay. The markers, like just getting the data on your own body, and then applying it to this bigger methodology or thought process on how does that reflect the planet. Food is like the number one thing. I moved to the States in 2012, and I just was like, dude, how are people eating like the way they eat, you know? Like claiming the In-N-Out burger is good. I was like, what are you talking about? Like, it's gross. But the thought process on don't die, my immediate reaction is it's obviously very valid as a concept. I feel like there's another way to say it that allows people to receive it better. That's the only thing I keep thinking. Really? But at the same time, like, well, if you're willing to have the discussion with, let's say it still leads to this. Like you understand it more. It's just like as a tagline, it's not the most inviting when you hear that, right?
It doesn't
like,
feel as expansive of what the actuality of
the
theory is.
But if you have a 2-hour conversation, it's like, yes, of course, everything leads to the idea that we got to protect our planet, protect our bodies, protect each other, and live ways that are just better and more optimal from a health perspective, but also kindness and, you know, all these different things. Talking about AI is complicated and nobody knows, which is totally true. And it's just, I think everyone's kind of scared. And it's an interesting prodding point, because then we can also think, well, how as a whole populace keep that conversation going in a way that keeps us safe, you know? So, anyways.
I'm gonna go ahead.
You go.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna get out of here, go eat a cheeseburger and a bucket of ice cream. Live optimally. No, I'm kidding. But I think, pulling from this don't die approach is, I think the 3 pillars for me are air, food, and water. Focus on those. If I can kind of optimize those, and sugar. I think, sugar is the biggest culprit.
The thing about air is you can't control that on your own. You can control it in your house, but if you have to leave the house, which a lot of us have to, so that we can get the money to survive and stay alive, you have to go work outside, or even if you work inside, you have to commute there, right? You can't control the air quality outside. That all depends on your city's infrastructure or whatever, like wherever you live, you know. That immediately becomes a, like, almost a political issue, because you have to get your town or city or whatever to want to change things and control emissions and air quality, you know, stuff like that, like what I was just saying about India. The thing is, eventually trying to optimize not dying becomes a societal issue, whether you like it or not. Like, there's only so much you can do on your own to optimize your own health and well-being. Eventually you realize you are a product of your environment, and you do depend on your environment, and that includes the infrastructure of where you live on a political and societal and economic level, you know, like I was saying about wealth inequality being the biggest predictor for your overall health.
One of the biggest culprits to definitely cut out. I believe it was what you were...
So that was my way of saying basically everything eventually boils down to being a systemic problem that is hard to mitigate at an individual level. So this eventually does have to expand out systemically on a societal level if we want to take it seriously, if we want to take our health and longevity seriously, even just as individuals.
And focus on those, if I can kind of optimize those. And sugar, I think, you know, sugar is one of the biggest culprits to definitely cut out. I believe it was what you or Miranda said earlier about providing a world for our kids, is to give them the most optimal world for them to have the best approach to be able to live the best life, for sure. Yeah.
Thanks.
And I guess to just piggyback on that is, like, I feel like education is a backbone for everything, but also creating systems that support it, and like using AI to help us recreate these systems, but also to use data to try to understand our social norms are made on things that are irrelevant. And with data, we could make better social norms and better systems for all of us to don't die. And don't die gives us a common cause for all of us, the world, the planet, and every species to get behind. So, yeah. But not that positive. Unless you talk about it for 2 hours and then we realize the brilliance of it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's, we talked a lot about like AI, and we talked a lot about like not dying, so it's pretty big topics. But I feel that there's this really unique intersection of the two. I think if you couple AI with the don't die protocols, I mean, which is basically information and data. And if you're able to fine tune these AI models with that information, like everybody's gonna have some kind of large language model that's like a social media profile, but it's just giving you all these insights, whether it's reducing inflammation or lengthening telomeres like we talked about, but also learning languages and having a robot that's driving you around town that's safer than you could ever drive. I think there is going to be an intersection that's going to accelerate or lengthen the don't die metrics in all of us. And so I think that's a good part of the future to be excited about.
Thank you.
I'm into it. I think, so I'm a science nerd, and I've spent my career in the space of health. I am very focused on kids and science literacy and just understanding how to interpret the world around them. And so as we were going through things, I was like, oh my gosh, this is like, if I saw this idea online, I'd think about the mechanism of action and the safety profile. So from a so when you have something that exists where there's so many unknowns about it, you're thinking about, oh my gosh, like what's it gonna do to me and my body? And so I think from a safety profile perspective, like there's really no downsides. Like worst case scenario, you're better for thinking through it. Like if you take a supplement that doesn't hurt you in some way, you just have really expensive pee. I mean, it's like low downside risk. And then from like a mechanism of action, even spending time thinking about it in any capacity means you're leading to a more productive society to some degree. I was trying to just think through where it could go wrong, and that I think it's a very inspiring, positive thought, but scary to think about when you go too deep. But I like the way the conversation was constructed in terms of kind of getting all of us to this really fun space for our brains.
I mean, I love the way science and health are continually evolving and coming up with newer metrics for us to optimize our lives. And so if we have that data, we can provide it to our children and to each other, and we can then live in a way that we feel better, because at the end of the day, there is no point in living if your quality of life is not there. So living in a way where you feel vibrant and you have vitality, you're going to enjoy yourself much more. And that's kind of what I try to teach my children when they're making choices with their food. And I feel like there's constantly more that we can learn and evolve, which is great that you're doing that and providing a lot of us with that information, so then we can make better choices for ourselves and our families. And I just think that it would be great to have more of this kind of at least questioning and thought process in the education system in general. I think that is like a critical thing, because there's not really any basic like knowledge in the education system in general, like worldwide, for our children to make better choices, to even know that that choice exists, because they don't realize, they think that maybe they're so naive, they think that the food that they're being served at school is actually okay for them. And that, you know, that people like me that say, oh no, that I'm being like
That's right.
hysterical in saying that pizza is not beneficial for you to eat. Or they're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So they're like, that's fun. You're like, yucky now, yum. Like, okay.
Because it's a social norm to have pizza, right?
Yeah.
But data
But
would
when it
help.
comes back to education and the data and the science behind it, and that's why you and I get along so well, because you provide a lot of the data that my teenager is looking for. And, you know, and I don't necessarily always have the time to be like, okay, let me just Google that. Hold on.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Yeah. As a science teacher, like, he like appreciates your opinion coming from the science. So I like the merging of science and health and the way that we can optimize our lives.
This is why I'm hoping AI, it's already pretty much at this point, but yeah, like the fact that you can now talk to AI, you can basically now make a Google search with natural wording rather than having to type in keywords and phrases. You can just go to like ChatGPT or someone else and just ask like a normal human, hey, can you pull me up statistics on this or that topic, you know? And then, you know, you can probably reach the data you're looking for a lot faster rather than the old school search engine way where you have to type in keywords and hope you find a website that has what you're looking for, and it takes a lot longer. It's a whole nother topic in general, but yeah.
And the lives of the next generation, and continually coming up the line. So.
Yeah, I guess I feel with like better information, we make better decisions, right? And if we don't have a bunch of good information, we can't make a really great decision off of it. So I feel like, for instance, people used to smoke a lot of cigarettes, enough data and information came out of how it kills you, really poor for you. I'm seeing currently so many more people I know not drinking because enough data is starting to come out that it's that harmful. Now everybody's thinking twice about it that I know and going to other healthier alternatives. And then I'm starting to think it like myself and other friends become more knowledgeable about water and its effects. And now more and more people know, what kind of water system do you have at your house, and the air purifiers and things, but it's relatively new. I think now people are starting to pay a lot more attention, particularly people like RFK and other things on the quality of the food. I think, again, the more information it needs to be gathered, and how do you test your water? How do I test this food, or, you know, and the air quality and things as well. So I think there's a movement that is starting there, and I think AI will help to accelerate that. But I think, people are going to start making better decisions with better information. But then the other thing got in my head was just, it is a possibility that has been in the back of that about AI and the supercomputers and what could happen, and that ultimately we could destroy ourselves. And that's interesting to think about, have other planets and things done that, you know, throughout the universe and the galaxy or what have you. And so you hope that maybe we do get behind a common thesis of what's good for us all. Maybe that's one of the solutions here as we enter into this next phase.
For context, I've been to a couple of these now, like over 50. And
Yeah. I mean, being Brian's son will do that to you. I mean, well, it's because Talmadge made the decision to want to be a part of this. I forgot which video it was that he talked about it, but Brian said that he had a long conversation with his son and said, like, do you really need to think about, like, here's all the potential consequences of being publicly associated with me because I'm gonna draw controversy, which obviously he has, for very similar reasons to some of the grassroots movements that I've worked with, like, you know, this. Like, to me, it's nothing new. It's like, yeah, this is what always happens. But anyway, he said, yeah, he wanted to go all in. So he's obviously been helping or just being a part of a lot of these Don't Die dinners. It doesn't surprise me. He's like, I've been at 50 and he's like, holy shit.
Yeah, just a couple. And every time I take something new out of it, and although there is 90% predictability in the responses, there's also that 10% variation that allows me to milk out a little more each time, and it comes from the different people. So I appreciate everyone sharing your perspectives and being really vulnerable.
Yeah, what Talmadge is saying is really interesting, that what's really helpful is when we started doing this, we were trying to find these conversation formats which would be very conducive to conversation. And the predictability is it doesn't matter who's present. It doesn't matter what level of intelligence is at the table. The conversations are 99% predictable. The thoughts, emotions, ideas, arguments, preferences, it is such a humbling experience to realize we are all NPCs.
He used a gamer term. We're all non-playable characters, man. We're all NPCs. Oh my god, he actually said it. Yeah, that is 100% true. Like, what he's saying on a real note, like, yeah, that is, again, same experience that I went through, and, you know, a lot of people who joined these grassroots movements that got called cults back in the day, like this one, yeah, we're used to it. Like, welcome to the club, Brian. Like, this is, yeah, every time somebody would hear about our ideas and they had just never, like, really heard about it before, they would always come up with the same exact criticisms and questions and emotional responses every single time. Like, what he's saying is, yeah, it's nothing new or original. That is what happens when you have what people consider radical new ideas like this, you know? For someone who, you know, again, I've been exposed to this kind of more or less the same train of thought, the way of thinking, for the past 15 years of my life already, since 2008. So for me, again, this came pretty naturally. Don't Die came pretty naturally to me. I'm like, yeah, this just feels like repackaged sustainability, basically. It's just a value orientation for society, basically, for people at the individual and societal level, to sort of point everyone in the right direction, that this is what we should be striving towards, so that we don't go extinct and we don't die as a species. So yeah, to me, I just, like, when I listened to the book, to Don't Die, I was just like, this is just the same shit I've already been advocating, but with different words, basically. Like, it just has a different title, but it's the same shit I've been advocating for the past 15 years. So for me, it came pretty natural to just, you know, like, going back to sort of what I usually do on this channel, like the gaming content that I do. Like, it didn't really change how I would talk about societal issues and stuff. It's just that now I'm wearing not only this t-shirt, or the Venus Project t-shirt, but also Don't Die and Blueprint. I have a t-shirt for Don't Die and Blueprint, and a t-shirt for Blueprint, because to me it's all one and the same. Like, we're really just pulling in the same direction. Like, all these different activist movements, at least these ones that I believe in and that I like to promote, yeah, we're all just trying not to go extinct. We're just trying to do what's best to keeping humanity alive in this tumultuous time, I guess, or turbulent time. We're just trying to stop our extinction, especially by our own hand, because that would be a fucked up way to go. Basically, a species committing mass suicide is, yeah, it's pretty bad. Not a good way to go, you know? It's better not to go at all, right? Let's try to not die completely and, yeah, not have that happen in any way. whether it's by a giant asteroid or by our own hand, it'd be better to just not go extinct, you know? It's like there's so many exciting things to do in the universe when you realize that it's just a giant playground. I guess this would be a good spot to interject that, because I didn't find a better spot. Brian almost said it. He kind of like lightly touched on it, but it's something he said before that I've seen. I saw this image a long time ago. For those who've been keeping up with my VODs channel, when I played Endwalker, which touches on nihilism a lot. Somebody showed me a picture regarding that says nothing matters, and it shows two people on a bus, and on one side of the bus there's a really depressed guy looking out the window, and there's nothing but like dark forests and mountainside that just looks really depressing, and he's just sad. And then on the other side of the bus, like right across the seat from him, it's just a tiny picture, just on the right side basically, somebody looking out the window, and they see nothing but like sunshine and rainbows. Like they're smiling and happy because all they see is just a big playground. You know, they just see the trees, the sky, the birds, the sunshine, and they're smiling with a really big grin. And in between both of them, above them, it says nothing matters. And so it's just saying, it's just your perspective. So the way Brian touched on that before, he said, I think he was reading a quote, and I forget where this was, but he said, yeah, he was reading a quote from someone else that said that when you, and I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember exactly how it goes, but more or less it basically just says, when you realize that nothing matters and that life is basically meaningless and pointless, like that's just it from an objective standpoint. It's just, everything just is, but there's no universal purpose behind it. There's no like dogmatically derived or like ultimate mission that we're supposed to be doing. As far as we know, there's like no purpose to our existing here. When you realize that, like, you can either do one or two things. You can just, you know, commit suicide and just end it, kill yourself, or you can say, if you don't do that, if you choose not to do that, then all that's left is play. You realize the universe is your playground, and you can do whatever the fuck you want because nothing matters. So just, you literally just forge your own purpose in life. You make it for yourself. And that's, you know, what nihilism, that's sort of the key concept behind nihilism. The good and the bad side of it is just like accepting that nothing matters and then deciding from there, okay, so then do I just end it all or do I keep going? And if I keep going, what do I do? Well, that, whatever you want. Give yourself a purpose, basically. Just, you find your purpose. Find what gives meaning to your life, basically. And Don't Die is basically just Brian's it's Brian's what he wants to do basically with the time he has is, okay, how long can I live, and can I expand this out to like my entire species, and then how long can we live as a species, and then can it expand further from there? How long can we keep the universe alive? Can we prevent the heat death of the universe where it all freezes over, you know, and just keep spending. This is the game he wants to play basically, and then he's trying to invite others to play it with him. Which is actually more or less what he kind of said. He said this is an invitation to play the game of not dying, to see how far we can go. What's the final frontier of this? Let's find out. Let's explore. It's all just a game, basically. That's why people say that life's a game, because when you realize it's that you make your own purpose, then that's really what it turns into. Yeah. It's just the universe is a playground, and you get to come up with the game you want to play. Or join others on playing their game. Like this. So. What was the last thing you said?
Ideas, arguments, preferences.
Oh yeah, how the predictability of how people, yeah. I went off on a whole tangent and kind of derailed a little bit there, but yeah. Yeah, that's nothing new. That is what happens when you have the ideas like this that are so far outside of the norm. Is it becomes very predictable when you start getting people that are so heavily indoctrinated in our current value system and our current culture. It shows how little variance there actually is, how little unique and individualism there actually is between people. Like, people like to think they're super original and, oh yeah, I'm a badass because I'm so different from everybody else. And then when you start hearing almost everybody coming up with the same exact criticisms for the same ideas like this, you realize, people aren't that different. Like, no, you're really not that different. You're almost kind of the same as that other guy over there. Like, you said the same things as that guy when exposed to the same idea. Like, there's not that much variance between people's answers and stuff. So we're not as unique as you might think. That might hurt your ego a little bit, but don't worry about it. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter. Just, you know, go with it. Like, the idea of just having to be hyper individualistic to the point where I have to be unique, otherwise my existence is worthless. Like, no, it doesn't have to be that way. You just kind of gave yourself that limitation. So yeah, it's nothing new. Getting these kind of criticisms and feedback, yeah.
The conversations are 99% predictable. The thoughts, emotions, ideas, arguments, preferences, it is such a humbling experience to realize we are all NPCs. We think we're original. We think our ideas are, you know, bangers. We think.
What did I just say? I haven't seen this video, by the way. There it is. Like, when you follow such a similar train of thought, it's not that hard to, you know, for you to reach the same conclusion as someone else. It's like, clearly we have a lot in common for how we see the world and all this stuff. That's what I've been saying this whole video. It's why it wasn't that hard to grasp. He's literally about to repeat everything I just said, but in a more succinct and summarized way.
Think we're original. We think our ideas are, you know, bangers. We think that we really are coming to the game of life, of like this robust intellect. We are a mirror of our time and place. We just
product of our environment.
We behave in patterns that we consume, and we can't see it.
Because
our lived experience is original, but in this larger pattern of existence, we really are time and place, which is why these thought experiments are meant to invite you to realize this, that if you travel back in time and you were Homo erectus, and you say, this is 1 million years ago, and they have an axe in their hand, that's the technology of the day, and you pose questions to them like, tell me about the future of existence, right? Like, it's laughable, right? They don't have models of markets, or of technology, or of antibiotics, or of quantum mechanics. They don't know these models, and so they can't go into their mind and plug out a model to explain the future of existence. They don't have them.
Nope.
So the only thing...
They're lacking the frames of reference, yeah. It's like, basically, this is something Jacques Fresco used as an example for how you're a product of your environment, how you reflect the patterns of your environment, your cultural environment, your society, you know, society around you and all that stuff. What he's talking about right now. Yeah, the founder of the Venus Project, Jacques Fresco, he would say, if you ask an Eskimo, like, who's only lived their whole life, like, in Alaska or the North, or like, you know, in that kind of environment that you would imagine, like, an Eskimo living in, if you ask them, well, if they could have anything in the world, what would they want? They'd probably give you an answer like, oh, I'd like to have, like, a fishing rod that never breaks, so that they can just catch as many fish as possible and never have to replace their rod or something like that. If you ask somebody like living here, they'd probably, like, in, you know, like in America, for example, oh, I want to have a big house with, you know, 10 Ferraris parked out front or something like that, you know? Like, you can only reference what you know, basically. You're a product of your environment. You reflect the culture around you, so that your answers are always going to be based around that. Like, that's why your answers are predictable to a certain degree, because you're going to reflect the values of the society that you're in. So just like I said, and then Brian said it right after, you're not as original as you think, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, acknowledging that and being humble about it is actually a good thing, because it gives you that sort of ability to say, okay, fine, yeah, I'm not that original. I am a product of my environment. Now where do I go from here? Like, you have to accept that before you can be like, okay, where do we go from here? You know, it's like, if you just live in denial about it, like a lot of other things, you'll just kind of freeze in place. It's kind of like putting on the blinders, like he was saying before. Not admitting you don't know everything and acting like you do know everything, and then becoming blind to all new information and just being set in your ways, which could be horrifically wrong and can one day just lead you down a horrible path. You never know. So you have to keep an open mind, you know?
Thinking quantum mechanics, they don't know these models, and so they can't go into their mind and plug out a model to explain the future of existence. They don't have them. So the only thing intelligent that Homo erectus could say is that their models map to a certain time frame of reality, and then after that they expire. That they can't say anything intelligent about the future. They can make guesses. But the invitation here is that as we give birth to AI, the difference between the abilities and intellect of AI and us may be comparable to make us somewhat similar to Homo erectus in how primitive we are and how much we don't know. So it's an exercise above all to invite us to contemplate we may be absolutely ridiculous in our ideas. We may have no idea whatsoever what is coming or how we should think. And so Don't Die is an invitation to say, scrap all ideas of existence, all norms, all values, all systems, all imaginations, all goals, all objectives. Now, we can softly do this, but we can be open-minded to say that none of our ideas are going to travel in time, that they'll all be expired at some point in time. And so it's really at that depth that you get to in this conversation is that level of humility. Now that's very hard because we hold on to
Being humble, like I just said,
knowing so strongly, because that's what's gotten to this place. And so I wrote out a script. Humility. Now that's very hard because we hold on to knowing so strongly, because that's what's gotten to this place. And so I wrote out a script for Don't Die dinners, and I actually created characters, and I wrote what they say and when they say it. So for example, like every time we start the conversation, one person in the group will say, I'm first, and I'll offer my opinion. They offer some construction, whether it's yes or no. Immediately following that person, a second person will confirm that idea. The third person will say, okay, that opinion has been expressed. I'm taking the contrarian. Sarah, you did. So it was yes, I forget the exact sequence, like yes, yes, and then I think
two yeses.
And then
I think it was yes, yes.
Yeah, she did it first.
I would say yes.
So but it's like roughly like two or three of a similar opinion, and then the group runs to a contrarian. It's like celebrate. She's like, I'm going to take a different opinion. And so even on that, like it's so predictable on how group dynamics emerge. And so it's really, to me, that's been the...
Psychologists have said that it's difficult, almost... I can't remember the exact quote, but it's like you basically can't predict what a single person will do. But you can very easily predict what groups of people will do. And this is kind of supporting that theory. This is why you can see trends of how people behave in large groups with when you examine entire societies and patterns in societies, whether it's traffic patterns or the way people, shop, like shopping patterns, which is, that's how companies make their decisions on how to stock their shelves for their stores and yada yada, is they see what people do in mass, in groups, basically. Rather than trying to analyze every single individual person, they just collect data on how large groups of people behave, and then they, cater their marketing tactics to that, basically. Because psychology has shown that it's easier to predict what large groups of people will do. We've all heard the herd mentality. That's basically what it is. Whether we realize it or not, we engage in that whenever we get into large groups, and it's hard to fight back against it. If everybody around you suddenly starts chanting something, you'll feel kind of compelled to join in so you don't stand out. They can be as simple as that. But yeah, even when it comes to just stuff like this, you don't even realize that you're following a pattern that is predictable, and Brian is explaining it right now. He's like, I've seen this exact pattern play out, so many times.
The most humbling thing, and so I'll take a different opinion. And so even on that, like it's so predictable on how group dynamics emerge. And so it's really, to me, that's been the most humbling thing. And so I myself realize that I am an NPC in life. Like even though I have the view of all of you going through the process originally, when I step out of this, my lived experience is the same of this social cultural moment. And so it's been really helpful for me to realize I am probably a 99% NPC. And Don't Die is probably the only original idea I've had in my entire life. I'll say that. But hopefully, yeah. So there's that meta layer for you. All right, everyone, you really, like Talmadge said, you all did a wonderful job. Many people are going to watch this, and I hope that this is, we've been doing this for years. We've never filmed one. It's just,
oh wow.
Yeah. It's hard to have like capture of cameras, voices. It's just complicated, but you all did such a wonderful job. Your comments were very thoughtful, and authentic, and I think people will resonate. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for giving this your best go. I hope that I hope this does really well, and that it becomes a zeitgeist conversation. The Don't Die comes out as a doc, and it's like, okay, biohacking helped, get it. But then this is really,
He said it.
what we're after.
Oh, and that people can have these conversations in their own home.
Exactly. So we give the format out to say,
Homes,
exactly.
everywhere.
So we give the template and say, here are the 5 thought experiments, and here's how you roll through them, and everybody gets a shot at trying to maneuver through their own minds of how to understand this moment.
Man, I thought you were going to say, and as a gift, you're not going to die.
I was gonna say something, but
I mean, with this, that's the craziest idea in existence, that may actually be true. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great dinner. Thank you.
oh, stopped it right at the end. Look at that, 126.24 down there on bottom left. Oh, there you go. Well, there you have it. Oof. I rambled as much as I knew I was going to. We did go past 4 hours, like I thought. Yeah. I knew that was gonna happen. I know myself. I know myself well enough to know that, I was gonna go off on tangents and it was gonna take like more than twice as long to get through the video for sure. But I decided this was just too important. I was like, you know what? He's been talking up these Don't Die dinners a lot. I should film my first time reaction, if anything, at least for myself, to look back on someday and be like, hey, he kind of got it right, or "No, he was way off." Not just talking about Brian, but myself, like my own thoughts, and being like, yeah, he kind of got it right, or not. So yeah, this was fun to watch, but I am a little tired now. It's like 4 hours of sitting here watching this because I rambled so much. Like, I just developed a little bit of a headache, and I'm pretty tired, but it's close to my bedtime, so I'll eventually be able to reset, thankfully. And now that once I stop this recording, I'm just gonna relax and unwind basically before bed, and I should be good. Basically, I'll start the recovery process because I rambled so much. But yeah, it was a good video. And yeah, before I forget what he just said, he wants to get this video out so that the template for having these conversations is out there, and the hope is that people will start to have these conversations in their house, and one by one or a few at a time, families and friends, people will just slowly start changing the way they think and being able to see the world from a more holistic systems theory kind of way, and seeing how everything's connected, and realizing that that common thread that binds all of us together is like that none of us want to die in this moment. And so the best way we can sort of design our society and live our daily lives is with that in mind, of not wanting to die. And yeah, like my response to that is I really hope it works. I do. I sincerely hope that this way of communicating the idea of sustainability, essentially, is what it is. It's repackaged sustainability. This way of communicating it to people will hopefully resonate in a way that actually gets them to want to change their ways. Especially what I like is that it gives actionable steps you can take at the micro level, as in at the individual level. It gives you things you can do. One of the biggest issues is kind of what I was touching on earlier with the Zeitgeist movement and the Venus Project, was the fact that there wasn't really anything you could do at the individual level to really promote the idea, rather than just preaching about it, essentially. And it's just, that was it. Like, but there wasn't anything you could do to really live the change. That Gandhi quote that I have on my Twitter and Blue Sky profile that says, "Become the change you wish to see in the world." It was hard to really do that with those ideas. It's because it's like, okay, well, if I want to, transform society and live in a different way, how do I do that with my limited access to technology and money, like, especially if you're not rich? You know what I mean? Like, how do I get my house off the grid and not support this toxic society and structure that we have that is, well, making us sick, like this thumbnail says right here, that is making us sick and slowly killing us all, including myself at this point in time? How do I do that, And it's just one of those things where there really wasn't much. There really wasn't much you could do to really promote the idea and take actionable incremental steps at the individual level. It was always very big picture and macro level. So it was always hard to sort of answer the question of, okay, now that we know all this, what do we do? You know? And with Don't Die, again, it takes a slightly different approach, even though it's advocating basically the same idea, which is sustainability, longevity. But it takes a slightly different approach where it says, okay, don't die, sustainability, starting with yourself at the individual level. Here's all the things you can do, you know, thanks to Blueprint, which is a separate thing, but it's a tool for Don't Die. Blueprint is just a tool used to not die, basically. It tells you, here's what you can do right now at the individual level in your daily life to sort of represent what you stand for, to represent sustainability and, you know, optimizing your health and happiness and all this stuff. This is derived scientifically by, this was done by following an algorithm that was derived scientifically, which is how Brian did it over the past 4 years or whatever. And so here's how you can start, basically. Start by getting your own shit in order. And then from there, start advocating for changes in society to continue down that path, essentially. Just being like we should clean up our air and all this stuff, and just sort of expand out one step at a time from there until it becomes this macro societal level thing that we're all participating in together and working together as a planet, as a whole species, pulling in the same direction to try and solve these issues before it's too late. Before we end up killing ourselves with our own technology, which is what we're on track to do right now. Like Brian hinted at it, but yes, this is actually a very urgent situation, more than most people think. I do think he said that near the end. He said I think he said something like we're underestimating the problems that we're going through right now, like global warming and all this other stuff. We're underestimating how big of an issue and how urgently it needs to be addressed, these things. And so this can't come fast enough, basically, or soon enough. These kinds of ideas do have to get out there as fast as possible if we want to have a chance. Because ultimately, no matter how much you do to try to extend your own lifespan at the individual level, if society and the rest of your environment dies off, you're dead too. This has to expand out, you know. That's why he said it's an invitation for the whole world to embrace this idea and learn to think this way, and hopefully embrace the idea of wanting to not die, basically, and embrace that we all have that in common, that in this moment we do not want to die. And more likely than not, we're still going to feel that way no matter how much time passes. Like, even 10 years from now, we're still going to be like, yeah, I don't want to die right now. We can, you know, talk tough and be like, oh yeah, 10 years from now I don't plan on being here anymore. But if 10 years pass and then suddenly you're there and somebody asks you again, do you want to die now? You're probably still going to say, no, I don't want to die. So that's why, yeah, it's a very core concept or critical idea to say that's the one thing that we all have in common. Animals, plants, humans, doesn't make a difference. None of us want to die in this moment. So yeah, I hope these conversations do help and it changes some minds, and I hope this movement does take off and start to gain traction. I'm going to do my best to continue advocating it as well as, you know, any other movement that advocates extremely similar ideas, like, you know, the Zeitgeist movement, Venus Project. Obviously, I will continue to promote these ideas myself because I believe in them. And I do want to see the human species survive and thrive the coming changes and the turbulent times that are not just ahead of us, but that we're living now. It's not something in the distant future anymore like it was, you know, back in 2008 for me. I would see the statistics of how mass shootings and stuff like that were going to become common. And I would even tell family members and they would kind of just be like, what do you know? You're just a dumb teenager, you know? It was like 17, 18. Now here we are, and there are mass shootings every day, just as it was predicted, you know? Things like that, and now suddenly people are looking at me like, dude, you actually knew, and nobody listened to you. It's like, well... So yeah, we're actually, it's not something that's, you know, that was just my way of saying it's not something that's in the distant future anymore. It's like global warming and all these other problems, they're here. It's happening now. So yeah, I really hope that this idea takes hold as fast as possible. before it's too late, and that we can actually survive and thrive as a species and not be filtered out by the great filter theory, you know? And just be another species that almost made it but didn't. That would be really sad and tragic, honestly. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. Whew. I am fucked up in terms of being tired from talking so much. Oh, so much yapping. But, not much else to say. That's pretty much it. I think I got all my thoughts out there. Whatever I forgot, well, I guess it just wasn't important enough. But yeah, I'm pretty much, yeah, after 4.5 hours, that's what we're approaching now. Pretty sure I got it all out there. That's it. Oh, and I guess this is just kind of a, where is it, screen capture? Well, let me expand this first. For anybody who's curious to get a better quality shot of this. Properties. There it is. So I met him in San Francisco. I met him and his partner Kate Tolo. They're I was about to say business partners. I guess you could call them that in a formal definition, but like, you know, I don't really see Don't Die and Blueprint as a business, so it's kind of weird for me to say it that way. Especially like after seeing this video, right? Like you wouldn't really see it that way. But yeah, they're both spearheading the Don't Die movement and, you know, advocating for Blueprint as a tool for Don't Die and yada yada. They both have expressed that, you know, they've spent the last year trying to get Blueprint off the ground, but they would much rather be doing this because, you know, Blueprint is just a tool for Don't Die, but Don't Die is the actual core idea that they want to promote and get out there. And that's something that they would want to, that's something that they would like to focus on more in this coming year, or just in the future in general. Yeah, that was pretty much it, because they just said that, you know, that Blueprint's just it's just a tool for that. And so as much as they love being able to get out more, you know, clean foods out there to people, being able to sell them at close to like at cost prices, for people to have a source for clean food and stuff like that, at the same time they're kind of also getting tired of it and wanting to move forward more towards just advocating the idea of Don't Die and spreading it as far and wide as possible, rather than having to constantly worry about, okay, what's the next food we can bring out, you know, like the powdered super veggie and stuff like that. That's just something in aside that I remember that they talked about in a very recent, I think it was in their latest YouTube live stream when they did the Q&A for the Netflix documentary or whatever. But yeah, so that was when I met them both in March 9th of 2024. I went to the San Francisco Don't Die event. That's where I saw Brian and Kate. And I got a little selfie with both of them. It's like, yay. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, I guess that's it. Yeah, that's everything. I like to make sure I've covered my bases, because there's times where I will end the recording and be like, oh fuck, there was that one last thing I wanted to say. But no, this time I actually got everything out there. That's why the video went 4.5 hours as expected. About 30 minutes longer than I expected, actually. But yeah, I just wanted to be thorough. But everything I rambled about pretty much covered everything that I wanted to get my thoughts on. So that's it for me for now, folks. As always, this is how I usually close out my normal content for, you know, this channel. Thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it, and I appreciate it very much. And I hope you all have what I usually say. I don't always say it in the same order because I try not to sound like a robot, but I do mean it, so I do like to say it, which is, you know, please take care of yourselves. Don't die, as you see right there on the screen. Don't die. Take care, and until next time, I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. See you all then. And for my future self, looking back at this, if you feel like you might have gotten some stuff wrong, don't worry about it. Life's a learning process every step of the way. So just keep at it, bud. I believe in you. Good night, everyone.